good evening. Or maybe it's already far past midnight where you are. Tell me what country you're listening from tonight. Some of you are probably wrapped in blankets while rain taps against the window. Others may be lying awake in warm summer air with a fan humming softly nearby. Wherever you are, thank you for being here. And if you enjoy these slow journeys into forgotten history, you already know what helps these stories travel farther. A quiet like, a subscription, maybe even a comment telling me what strange corner of history you want to wander into next. I always enjoy reading where everyone is listening from. It makes the world feel a little smaller at night. Now, tonight's story begins in darkness. Not the darkness of haunted castles or battlefields, but the darkness inside an ordinary medieval peasant house. Sometime around the year 1300, the fire has almost died. The animals are shifting softly below the wooden floor. Cold air slips through the cracks in the walls. A tired farming family has already gone to sleep hours ago. And then, in the middle of the night, they wake up. Not because of danger, not because of noise, not because they suffer from insomnia. They wake because they were expected to. For hundreds of years across medieval Europe, many ordinary people did not sleep once through the night like most modern people try to do today. Instead, they slept in two separate parts. Historians now call it segmented sleep or biphasic sleep. Medieval people often called them first sleep and second sleep. And strangely enough, to them this felt completely normal. Tonight we are going to slowly step into their world. A world of smoky cottages, freezing winters, candlelight too expensive to waste, and nights so dark that modern people would barely recognize them. A world where bedtime was not entertainment. It was survival. The medieval peasant's day usually began long before sunrise. In farming villages across places like England, France, and parts of the Holy Roman Empire, most people lived according to natural light. There were no glowing phones beside the bed. No television flickering late into the night. No bright electric streets outside the window. Once the sun disappeared, life changed immediately. Darkness in the medieval world was powerful. Real darkness. The kind that swallowed roads, forests, and entire villages within minutes. For peasants, candles were valuable household items, not casual decorations. Good beeswax candles were expensive and usually connected to churches or wealthy homes. Poor families often relied on rushlights instead, dried plant stalks dipped in animal fat. These gave weak, smoky light and burned quickly. Every bit of light cost money or labor, so people simply went to bed earlier. Especially in winter. During December in Northern Europe, darkness could stretch for 16 hours or more. Imagine living without modern lighting during those long nights. There was little reason to stay awake. After supper, families gathered briefly around the fire. Sometimes clothing was repaired. Sometimes tools were fixed. Some people prayed. Others quietly shared village gossip or stories they had heard from travelers. Then they slept. But medieval sleep was very different from modern sleep in another important way. Privacy barely existed. Many peasant families lived inside one-room homes. Parents, children, grandparents, and sometimes even servants slept close together. In poorer homes, animals could be kept nearby for warmth during winter nights. Chickens, goats, or pigs might occupy part of the building or shelter beneath it. The air inside these homes smelled of smoke, damp straw, sweat, wool, mud, and animals. Beds themselves were not luxurious. Mattresses might be stuffed with straw, hay, or rough fabric scraps. Fleas and lice were common companions at night. Blankets were heavy but valuable. In especially cold weather, entire families shared sleeping spaces to conserve warmth. And still, people slept, not comfortably, but deeply tired from physical labor. A peasant's body carried exhaustion differently from most modern office workers. Medieval farming demanded nearly endless manual work, digging fields, carrying water, chopping wood, repairing fences, grinding grain, washing clothes by hand, feeding animals, harvesting crops beneath hot summer sun or freezing rain. By nightfall, sleep arrived quickly. The first sleep often began only a few hours after sunset, and for several hours, the village became silent. Outside, medieval nights could feel terrifyingly empty. No car engines, no distant highways, no glowing cities over the horizon. Only wind through trees, barking dogs, distant owls, or sometimes church bells marking the hours. Then something interesting happened. Around midnight, or sometimes after several hours, many people naturally woke. Historical records from court documents, medical texts, prayer books, and literature all quietly mention this strange pattern as if it were completely ordinary. People referred casually to the time between sleeps. That middle period could last an hour or more, and people did many things during it. Some prayed. Medieval Christianity shaped nearly every part of daily life in Europe. Certain religious writings even encouraged people to wake during the night for quiet reflection and prayer. Darkness carried spiritual meaning. The silence between sleeps could feel sacred. Others talked softly with family members. Some added wood to the fire. Some checked animals outside. And some couples used this time for intimacy. Oddly enough, several medieval and early modern medical writers believed the period after first sleep was actually one of the best times for married couples to conceive children because the body was thought to be more relaxed after several hours of rest. Sounds strange now. But to them, this divided sleep pattern was simply life. The modern expectation of uninterrupted 8-hour sleep had not fully formed yet. In fact, historians believe segmented sleep remained common in many places for centuries. The night itself was divided into recognizable sections. First sleep, waking interval, second sleep, and slowly, after sitting awake in near darkness, people drifted back into bed once more. The second sleep usually lasted until dawn approached. Then, almost immediately, work began again. Morning in a medieval village did not begin with alarms. It began with cold. The kind of cold that slowly crept through wool blankets before dawn and settled into the bones. In winter, many peasants woke while the sky was still completely black. Ashes in the hearth gave only a weak orange glow. Someone in the household, often the mother or eldest daughter, would kneel beside the fire pit trying to coax flames back to life from yesterday's embers. If the fire had fully died during the night, that was bad news. Starting a fresh fire was difficult and time-consuming. Matches did not exist. Flint and steel had to be used carefully, or sometimes hot coals were borrowed from neighbors. Entire households depended on keeping fire alive through the night. And this mattered deeply to their sleeping habits, because medieval sleep was connected to warmth almost as much as exhaustion. During colder months across England and northern France, many homes were poorly insulated timber structures with roofs made from thatch. Tiny openings served as windows, sometimes covered with cloth, wooden shutters, or oiled parchment instead of glass. Wind entered easily. Rain found cracks. Smoke lingered heavily indoors because chimneys were primitive or non-existent. At night, temperatures inside homes could become dangerously low. Families often slept wearing layers of clothing, caps, stockings, and cloaks. People sometimes wrapped their heads because a large amount of body heat escaped there. Wealthier households might use warming pans. Metal containers filled with hot coals moved beneath blankets before bed. But ordinary peasants usually relied on body heat and shared bedding. Sleep was not peaceful in the modern sense. It was defensive. You rested because tomorrow demanded strength. And medieval nights were longer than most modern people truly imagine. Today, artificial lighting stretches our evenings far beyond sunset. But in the Middle Ages, winter darkness ruled daily life. A December sunset could arrive before many peasants had even finished afternoon chores. Once darkness settled fully, outdoor movement became risky. Roads were uneven and muddy. Forests were feared. Travelers risked robbery, injury, or simply becoming lost. Even villages themselves changed character at night. Familiar paths disappeared into blackness. Without moonlight, people sometimes could barely see their own hands outdoors. That darkness shaped the human body. Modern researchers studying sleep have noticed something fascinating. When people live without artificial light for extended periods, many naturally begin drifting towards segmented sleep patterns again. The body responds differently when evenings are lit only by firelight or candles. Medieval people did not know the science behind this, but they lived inside it every day. Their evenings unfolded slowly beside dim orange flames. Firelight is soft compared to electric light. Candles and hearths create shadows, not brightness. As the night deepened, human brains naturally produced melatonin earlier, encouraging sleep sooner after sunset. So peasants often entered first sleep very early, especially after harvest seasons. Harvest time was brutally exhausting. Entire villages worked from sunrise until darkness, gathering grain before weather ruined the crops. Men, women, and children all participated. The body collapsed into sleep almost immediately afterward. Yet despite exhaustion, medieval sleep still contained interruptions. And interruptions were expected. Many surviving records mention people rising after first sleep to perform small nighttime tasks. In some homes, women prepared dough that would rise by morning. Men checked livestock noises outside. Travelers staying at inns sometimes woke and shared quiet conversations beside fading fires. There are even records from physicians and scholars discussing this middle waking period as though it were biologically ordinary. One fascinating source came centuries later from the physician Robert Burton, whose writings reflected older traditions of sleep. He referred to the time after first sleep almost casually, assuming readers understood the concept. That is perhaps the strangest part for modern people. Nobody considered it unusual. Imagine waking naturally around midnight today. Most people would immediately worry something was wrong. Stress, insomnia, anxiety. But medieval peasants often expected to wake. Their world had never trained them to believe sleep must remain continuous. And during those waking hours, the mind behaved differently. The house remained quiet. Children slept nearby. The fire cracked softly. Outside, wind brushed against wooden walls. There were no notifications, no glowing screens, no endless stream of information entering the brain. Just darkness and silence. Some historians believe this period may have encouraged reflection in ways modern people rarely experience. Dreams from first sleep lingered strongly in memory. Medieval Europeans often believed dreams carried spiritual or symbolic importance. A dream about death, storms, animals, or religious figures might be discussed seriously the next day. In deeply religious communities, nighttime also carried fear. Not always fear of criminals or wolves, but fear of supernatural danger. The medieval imagination filled darkness with spirits, demons, witches, wandering souls, and divine judgment. Church teachings mixed with local folklore in complicated ways. A strange sound outside at midnight could trigger genuine terror. In isolated rural areas, stories traveled slowly but stayed alive for generations. Villagers whispered about ghost lights in marshes, curses, forest creatures, or travelers disappearing on lonely roads. And lying awake between sleeps gave those fears space to grow. A weak candle flame moving across a room could distort shadows into frightening shapes. Wind beneath doors sounded like whispers. Livestock noises outside sometimes became signs of unseen danger in the imagination of exhausted minds. This is one reason medieval nights often feel so psychologically distant from modern life. Today, darkness rarely feels absolute. But to peasants, night transformed the world itself. Still, daily survival left little room for endless fear. Morning always returned. Work always waited. And by the time second sleep ended, the household moved quickly into labor once again. Women prepared pottage, a thick stew of grains or vegetables that formed the basis of many meals. Bread was precious. Ale was common because water quality was often unsafe. Children worked from young ages carrying water, collecting wood, or helping animals. Life repeated in cycles tied to seasons more than calendars. Winter sleep patterns differed from summer ones. In summer, daylight stretched long into evening. Agricultural work intensified. Some peasants slept shorter hours because fields demanded more labor. Yet even then, many still followed the divided pattern of first and second sleep. The human relationship with darkness had simply not been erased yet. And perhaps the most surprising thing of all, many people reportedly woke from first sleep feeling calm. Not irritated, not restless, simply awake for a while, as though the night itself had paused halfway through. That pause in the middle of the night could feel strangely timeless. A medieval peasant waking after first sleep did not glance at a glowing clock. Most ordinary people had no precise sense of hours passing the way modern people do. Church bells in larger villages or towns sometimes mark certain times, but inside rural cottages, time was often felt rather than measured. The fire was lower, the room colder, the silence deeper. That was enough to know the night had reached its middle. In many homes, someone would stir beneath rough wool blankets while others continued sleeping nearby. Straw mattresses rustled softly. A child might mumble in sleep. Somewhere outside, a dog barked once into the darkness and then stopped. For a short while, people simply existed awake inside the night. And medieval nights were not empty spaces in human life. They had structure, customs, fears, and routines of their own. One reason historians became interested in segmented sleep was because references to first sleep appeared everywhere once scholars began noticing them. Court testimonies, poems, medical advice, religious texts, and even ordinary literature mentioned it casually. A person might describe visiting a neighbor after first sleep. Another might mention waking between the first sleep and the second. The wording appeared so naturally that writers clearly assumed readers already understood. This was not some strange medical condition. It was normal life. And perhaps because it was normal, people used the waking period in practical ways. Women sometimes spun wool by dim light if valuable daylight hours had been too busy for household tasks. Men occasionally repaired tools. In towns, bakers often began work long before dawn because bread needed preparation hours before morning markets opened. Certain trades depended heavily on nighttime labor. Medieval bakers especially lived on unusual schedules. Ovens required long heating times, and fresh bread had to be ready early. Some urban workers therefore slept in shorter sections naturally tied to their work rhythms. Meanwhile, monks and religious communities often followed entirely different nighttime patterns. Across medieval England and much of Christian Europe, monasteries observed fixed prayer schedules called canonical hours. One of these nighttime prayer periods, known as matins, often required monks to wake deep in the night for worship. Imagine cold stone floors beneath bare feet. A candle flame flickering through monastery halls. Rows of tired monks chanting prayers while most of the world slept outside. Sleep interruption in medieval society was not always seen as unhealthy. In religious settings, waking during the night could even appear spiritually valuable. The darkness created isolation. Isolation encouraged contemplation. And medieval Christianity valued reflection upon death constantly. That may sound grim today, but death surrounded medieval life so regularly that people developed a very different relationship with it. Disease, famine, childbirth complications, infections, and harsh winters killed people at rates difficult for modern societies to imagine. Many children never reached adulthood. A simple wound could become fatal. Plague outbreaks periodically devastated entire regions. So nighttime prayers often included thoughts about mortality, judgment, and salvation. And while monks prayed in stone monasteries, peasants lay awake in timber cottages listening to storms pass overhead. Weather shaped sleep more than modern people realize. Heavy rain on thatched roofs could become deafening. Winter winds slipped through gaps in walls. Snow piling outside changed the silence itself. In colder regions, ice formed indoors on particularly harsh nights. Some medieval beds included curtains, not for luxury alone but for warmth. Even modest enclosed beds trapped heat better during winter. Wealthier homes sometimes used wooden bed frames with curtains hanging around them, creating a small insulated sleeping area. Peasants usually had far simpler arrangements, but everyone understood the importance of conserving heat. Sharing beds was extremely common, not embarrassing. Travelers at inns frequently shared sleeping spaces with strangers. Entire families slept close together. Privacy belonged mostly to the wealthy, and this closeness affected the sounds of night. Snoring, puffing, whispered conversations, babies crying, animals shifting nearby. Medieval sleep was communal in a way modern sleep rarely is. Even dreams sometimes became shared experiences through storytelling after dawn. Dream interpretation had deep roots in medieval culture. Some dreams were believed to carry divine warnings. Others reflected guilt, temptation, or spiritual struggle. Clergy occasionally warned people about sinful dreams or demonic influence during sleep. At the same time, folk beliefs mixed freely with religion. In village traditions across parts of Germany and France, nighttime carried legends of wandering spirits, fairy beings, or supernatural visitors. Sleep paralysis, now medically understood, was often interpreted as attacks by demons or witches pressing upon the chest of sleepers. Imagine waking suddenly in darkness, unable to move for several moments. No scientific explanation, only terror. Many medieval people genuinely believed unseen forces moved through the night. And because darkness was so complete, imagination became powerful. Moonlight itself shaped human activity. On bright full moon nights, travel became easier and nighttime movement increased. Some records suggest crimes and gatherings sometimes rose during brighter nights simply because people could see better outdoors. But on moonless nights, the world vanished. A peasant walking outside with only a lantern might barely recognize nearby paths. Forests especially carried fear in medieval Europe. Wolves still existed in many regions. Bandits used wooded roads for ambushes. Travelers often preferred moving in groups whenever possible. This fear of night partly explains why most people slept soon after darkness fell. Staying awake late wasted fuel and increased risk. Yet humans never entirely surrendered the night either. There were winter gatherings, feast days, weddings, and seasonal celebrations where people remained awake much later than usual. During festivals, villages could become loud with music, dancing, drinking, and storytelling. But ordinary daily life remained deeply tied to natural light. And so the cycle continued. First sleep arrived early. The body rested deeply. Then came the waking interval. And eventually, second sleep carried people gently toward dawn again. Modern historians studying this pattern sometimes wonder whether human beings are naturally inclined toward segmented sleep when artificial light disappears. Experiments in recent centuries have shown that some people living without electric lighting gradually begin waking naturally during the night after several weeks. Not everyone, but enough to raise interesting questions. Perhaps medieval peasants were not sleeping strangely at all. Perhaps modern people are the unusual ones. Because for thousands of years before electricity transformed human nights, darkness ruled human biology far more completely than it does now. And inside those long silent hours between sunset and sunrise, human life moved differently. In the deepest parts of winter, medieval nights could feel endless. A peasant family in northern England might experience darkness for nearly half the entire day. The sun disappeared early behind grey skies, and cold fog settled across muddy fields long before supper was finished. By modern standards, Their evenings would seem unbelievably quiet. No radio, no television, no glowing kitchen light. Only the slow breathing of livestock outside, the crackling of wood in the hearth, and shadows moving against rough wooden walls. This was the environment that shaped medieval sleep, and the body adapted to it. Most peasants could not afford enough candles to keep rooms brightly lit for long periods. Beeswax candles, which burned cleaner and brighter, were expensive luxury items often connected to churches, nobles, or wealthy merchants. Poor households usually depended on tallow candles made from animal fat. These smelled unpleasant, they smoked heavily, and they burned down quickly. A medieval peasant understood something modern people rarely think about. Light itself cost resources. Every extra hour awake after sunset meant burning precious fuel, wasting candles, or consuming firewood needed for survival later in winter. So nighttime became economical. People slept because staying awake had little practical value. Yet despite sleeping earlier, medieval people often did not sleep longer in one continuous stretch. Instead, their nights expanded into separate phases. First sleep settled over villages surprisingly early. During winter, many households may have gone to bed only a few hours after dusk. Imagine lying down while today's modern world would still consider it early evening. Then hours later they woke naturally. And this waking period had its own atmosphere entirely. Many descriptions from later centuries suggest the time between sleeps felt calm and reflective. People were not necessarily fully alert the way modern insomniacs often feel under electric light. Instead, they existed in a dreamy state somewhere between sleep and wakefulness. The fire glowed faintly. The room remained mostly dark. Voices stayed low. Some prayed quietly. Others simply sat for a while beneath blankets before returning to sleep. One French physician writing centuries later described this period almost medically, recommending prayer, meditation, or even conversation between married couples during the interval after first sleep. To medieval society, this was ordinary advice. No one considered it unusual to wake during the night. And because people accepted it, they often experienced less anxiety about waking itself. Modern sleep problems sometimes become worse because people panic once awake. They check clocks, worry about work, or stare at bright screens. Medieval peasants had none of those habits. Waking briefly carried little psychological alarm because it fit naturally within their understanding of sleep. In some ways, their relationship with nighttime was more patient. The night unfolded slowly. There was no urgency to force immediate unconsciousness again. Outside the cottage, meanwhile, the medieval world remained deeply dangerous after dark. Town gates in many medieval cities closed at night. Travelers caught outside after curfew risked suspicion or attack. Streets lacked proper lighting. In larger towns, night watchmen sometimes patrolled carrying lanterns or bells, listening for trouble in narrow streets. Fire terrified medieval communities. Entire towns built mostly from wood and thatch could vanish in flames within hours. Nighttime fires were especially feared because darkness slowed response times and increased confusion. Many communities enforced strict rules about hearths, ovens, and candles before sleep. A single forgotten flame might destroy dozens of homes. So before first sleep, households carefully prepared for the night. Animals secured, doors barred, fires controlled, tools brought indoors. The rhythms repeated daily with remarkable consistency. And medieval beds themselves tell us much about their sleeping world. The wealthy slept very differently from peasants. Nobles and merchants sometimes owned feather mattresses, embroidered blankets, curtains, and finely crafted wooden bed frames. Beds could become important status symbols. Poor peasants rarely enjoyed such comfort. Many slept on straw pallets laid directly on the floor. Straw needed regular replacement because it collected moisture, insects, and filth. Fleas were nearly impossible to avoid. Bed bugs existed everywhere humans slept closely together. Cleanliness standards were also shaped by limited resources. Bathing practices varied across regions and centuries, but for ordinary peasants, Regular hot bathing required labor, fuel, and available water. At night, the smell inside crowded homes became thick and heavy. Smoke from fires clung to fabric and hair. Animals contributed odors. Wet clothing dried indoors. And still, people adapted because they had no alternative. Children especially became accustomed to communal sleeping arrangements from birth. Brothers, sisters, parents, and sometimes grandparents shared close spaces nightly. Personal bedrooms, especially for ordinary people, barely existed. This closeness created another important feature of medieval nights. People rarely experienced total solitude. Even while awake between sleeps, someone nearby usually breathed softly in darkness. That may have changed how nighttime felt emotionally. Today, many people lie awake alone, staring into darkness with racing thoughts. Medieval peasants instead existed inside collective family spaces where the sounds of others surrounded them constantly. Of course, not all nighttime interruptions came naturally. Sometimes people woke because of illness. Disease moved easily through crowded medieval households. Coughing during winter nights was common. Tuberculosis, respiratory infections, fevers, and parasites affected huge portions of the population. A sick child crying in darkness might keep everyone awake. And then there were the sounds from outside. Storms frightened medieval communities deeply because survival depended heavily on crops and weather stability. Heavy hail could destroy harvests. Floods ruined villages. Harsh winters brought starvation risks. So when thunder rolled over the countryside at midnight, peasants listened carefully. Weather was never merely background scenery. Controlled life itself. The medieval relationship with sleep also changed across seasons more dramatically than modern sleep does. Summer nights were shorter. Agricultural labor became more intense during planting and harvest periods. Sleep schedules shifted with daylight hours and farming demands. Winter allowed longer periods indoors. Summer exhausted the body differently. Yet throughout these seasonal changes, the pattern of divided sleep remained surprisingly persistent across many regions. Historians later searching old documents discovered references to first sleep, not only in English sources, but in multiple European languages. The idea spread across cultures because it reflected real habits shared by ordinary people for generations. And perhaps the strangest realization slowly emerged from all this research. The medieval night was not truly one long period of unconsciousness. It was divided into chapters. First descent into sleep. Quiet return to waking life. Then another drifting surrender before dawn. And in the silence between those two sleeps, countless ordinary human moments unfolded quietly beneath flickering firelight. Those quiet moments between sleeps often became the only truly private hours medieval peasants ever experienced. Not private in the modern sense of being alone behind locked doors, but private in the sense that the world itself had slowed down. The fields were silent. The village stopped demanding labor for a little while. No landlord was shouting orders. No market noise echoed through narrow streets. No church bells called people toward work. For perhaps an hour in the middle of the night, time loosened its grip. And medieval people filled that time in surprisingly human ways. Some couples talked softly together beneath blankets while children slept nearby. Historians studying later European traditions found repeated mentions of married people using the interval after first sleep for conversation and intimacy. A physician from early modern Europe even suggested this period was ideal because the body had already rested and become calm. It sounds oddly gentle compared to the harshness we often associate with medieval life. But medieval households were not joyless places all the time. People laughed, they gossiped, they told stories. And nighttime storytelling carried enormous importance in a world without modern entertainment. Imagine sitting beside a weak fire while wind presses against the walls outside. An older relative begins describing local legends passed through generations. Stories about travelers who vanished near forests. Tales of strange lights floating above marshes. Accounts of saints performing miracles or demons tempting lonely wanderers after dark. Children listened carefully because these stories shaped how they understood the world. The medieval imagination did not separate daily reality from superstition as sharply as modern society often does. Religion, folklore, rumor, and lived experience blended together constantly, and nighttime strengthened belief. Darkness makes human minds imaginative even now. Medieval darkness was far deeper than anything most people experience today. Without artificial light, shadows behaved differently. A candle flame could transform ordinary objects into frightening shapes moving along walls. Smoke drifting through a room made spaces appear uncertain and alive. The mind filled gaps naturally. Many medieval people feared spirits not because they were irrational, but because their environment encouraged uncertainty constantly. A sound outside might truly be dangerous. A stranger approaching at night could genuinely threaten survival. Wolves still roamed certain parts of Europe during the Middle Ages. Livestock theft occurred regularly. Travelers disappeared on isolated roads. Fear was practical before it became supernatural. And because medicine remained limited, even sleep itself contained danger. Nighttime illness frightened families deeply. Fevers often worsened after dark. Breathing problems became more severe in smoky homes during winter. Mothers listened carefully for the sounds of sick children during the night because death could arrive quietly before morning. Infant mortality remained heartbreakingly common across medieval Europe. Many parents lost children before adulthood. Families understood from experience that survival was never guaranteed. This reality changed emotional life profoundly. Modern people sometimes imagine medieval peasants as emotionally hardened by constant hardship, but historical evidence suggests the opposite in many cases. People grieved intensely. Religious writings, letters, and songs reveal deep attachment to family members and enormous fear of loss. And the night amplified those emotions, perhaps because nighttime stripped away distractions. When work stopped and darkness settled, people confronted thoughts they could ignore during busy daylight hours. Some prayed during the waking interval between sleeps precisely because the silence felt spiritually powerful. Christianity shaped medieval Europe so completely that even ordinary routines carried religious meaning. People often crossed themselves before bed. Evening prayers asked for protection against sudden death during the night. Certain saints were believed to guard sleepers from evil or nightmares. Because sleep itself felt vulnerable, a person lying unconscious in darkness seemed exposed not only to thieves or fire, but also to divine judgment. The medieval world constantly reminded people that life could end unexpectedly. Plague outbreaks especially intensified this awareness. Centuries after the Black Death devastated Europe, memories of mass death remained embedded in cultural memory. Villages disappeared. Entire households died within days. Survivors carried psychological scars across generations. During plague years, sleep itself became uneasy. Neighbors who appeared healthy at sunset might be dead within days. And yet ordinary life continued somehow. People still farmed fields, still baked bread, still married, still woke between first and second sleep. There is something strangely moving about that persistence. Even in a world filled with hardship, human routines endured. The medieval body adjusted itself around darkness and labor in ways modern society rarely demands. Most peasants spent huge portions of each day outdoors exposed to natural sunlight. This strongly influenced circadian rhythms, though medieval people had no scientific language for such ideas. They simply lived according to sunrise and sunset because survival required it. Artificial light changed humanity gradually but dramatically later on. Candles became cheaper. Oil lamps improved. Cities grew brighter. Nightlife expanded. Factories demanded fixed schedules. Eventually, industrial society began reshaping human sleep into the single continuous block many people now consider normal. But medieval peasants belonged to an older rhythm, one connected more closely to seasons and natural light. And weather controlled everything. A long winter storm could trap families indoors for days. Firewood became precious during harsh cold. Wet clothing rarely dried properly. Smoke from hearth fires thickened inside cottages because doors and shutters stayed tightly closed against freezing air. Imagine breathing that air every night while sleeping beside several family members and perhaps animals too. Modern historians sometimes estimate that indoor medieval air quality during winter was terrible by present standards. Respiratory irritation likely affected huge numbers of people constantly. Yet medieval peasants adapted because adaptation was necessary. Their bodies grew accustomed to smoke, cold, and interrupted rest. Still, exhaustion remained constant, especially during major agricultural seasons. Harvest time pushed human endurance heavily. Grain had to be gathered quickly before rain ruined crops. Entire communities worked nearly every available hour. Sleep after such labor could become incredibly deep during the first part of the night. Then naturally, after several hours, the body rose slowly back toward wakefulness. Not fully awake, not fully asleep, just hovering quietly in darkness. Some historians believe dreams during first sleep may have felt especially vivid because people woke directly from deeper sleep cycles and remembered dreams more clearly. And medieval people paid attention to dreams. A dream about floodwaters might be discussed anxiously after storms. Dreams involving dead relatives sometimes carried spiritual meaning. Religious authorities occasionally warned against trusting dreams too much, while ordinary people continued interpreting them anyway. The boundary between dream and reality felt softer in medieval life. And during those silent midnight hours between sleeps, the dream world lingered close beside the waking one, almost as though the night itself had two separate lives. The second life of the night often felt quieter than the first. By the time medieval peasants woke from their first sleep, the energy of evening had completely disappeared. The fire had settled into glowing embers. Outside, even restless animals had usually gone still. Wind pressed softly against the walls, and cold crept lower across the floorboards. This was the deepest part of night. A time many medieval people believed belonged as much to spirits and mysteries as to ordinary human life. In rural villages across England, stories about nighttime dangers passed from one generation to another constantly. Some warned children not to wander after dark because supernatural creatures supposedly moved through forests and crossroads at midnight. Others spoke of wandering souls unable to rest peacefully after death. The medieval mind accepted unseen forces much more naturally than modern society usually does, partly because so much of life already felt unexplained. Why did disease suddenly strike one household and spare another? Why did storms destroy one field while neighboring crops survived? Why did healthy people sometimes die in their sleep? Without modern science, the world appeared full of hidden powers acting beyond human understanding. And darkness intensified that feeling. Even today, the human brain reacts differently in near-total darkness. Shapes become uncertain. Sounds feel larger. Time stretches strangely. Now imagine experiencing that every night of your life. Many medieval villages had no permanent outdoor lighting at all. Once hearth fires dimmed and shutters closed, entire communities vanished into blackness. A traveler arriving late might see only a few distant candle glows through cracks in wooden walls. Everything else disappeared. This deep darkness shaped sleep patterns in ways modern electric life rarely allows. Researchers studying pre-industrial societies have noticed something important. When artificial light disappears, human evenings naturally become calmer and slower. The body prepares for sleep gradually rather than being forced suddenly from bright stimulation into bed. Medieval peasants did not scroll through endless information before sleeping. Their nights narrowed gently toward silence. And perhaps because of that, waking during the middle of the night felt less jarring. There was no harsh contrast between daytime activity and nighttime stillness. The transition unfolded naturally around firelight and exhaustion. Some people during the waking interval simply remained lying quietly beneath blankets. Others whispered prayers. Prayer before returning to second sleep became especially common during periods of uncertainty. Medieval Europe experienced repeated famines, outbreaks of disease, political violence, and brutal winters. Ordinary peasants possessed little control over these larger events. Religion offered structure within unpredictability. The Church taught that every aspect of life carried spiritual importance, including sleep itself. Certain prayers specifically asked for protection against nightmares, sudden death, or evil influence during the night. And nightmares frightened medieval people deeply. Not merely because dreams felt unpleasant, but because dreams could appear spiritually significant. A terrifying dream might be interpreted as temptation, warning, or even demonic attack. Sleep paralysis especially terrified many communities. People waking unable to move sometimes believed supernatural beings sat upon their chest or pressed down on their body. Across Europe, different legends emerged explaining these experiences. The scientific explanation would come centuries later. But medieval peasants only knew the fear itself. And still, despite fear and hardship, there was beauty hidden within these long nights too. Winter evenings beside a hearth created one of the few times families gathered together consistently. Daylight hours scattered people into endless labor. Night reunited them in one shared space. Clothing was repaired by firelight. Simple meals were eaten slowly. Stories traveled across generations orally because books were rare and literacy limited among peasants. Many people probably heard the same stories repeatedly throughout childhood. Tales of saints, local battles, miraculous events, strange weather, tragic romances, or neighboring villages. Oral storytelling shaped memory powerfully in medieval communities. And then, gradually, everyone drifted into first sleep. One detail modern people often forget is how physically exhausting ordinary survival used to be. Even simple daily tasks demanded labor. Water had to be carried manually, wood chopped, grain ground, clothes washed by hand. Food preserved carefully before winter. Nothing happened instantly. There were no machines quietly performing background tasks. Human muscles powered almost everything. So when peasants lay down at night, sleep arrived not because they practiced good sleep habits, but because the body simply reached its limit. Yet their sleep remained lighter in some ways too. Households stayed alert to danger. A strange noise outside mattered. Fire mattered. Weather mattered. Livestock noises mattered. Medieval sleep existed inside constant environmental awareness. Modern bedrooms isolate people from the outside world with insulation, climate control, and electric security. Medieval cottages offered very little separation between humans and nature. Wind, rain, cold, insects, smells, and sounds entered daily life continuously. A storm did not feel distant while lying indoors. Felt present. Thunder shook walls. Rain leaked through roofs. Winter winds slipped beneath doors. And during especially cold nights, families sometimes woke repeatedly simply trying to stay warm enough. Historical records from colder centuries describe brutal winters freezing rivers, destroying crops, and causing widespread hunger. During these periods, sleep became even more difficult because hunger itself interrupted rest. An underfed body does not sleep peacefully. Many peasants lived close to starvation during failed harvest years. Bread prices rose sharply during shortages. Poor families stretched meals desperately with weaker grains, roots, or thin soups. Sleep during hunger carried its own strange quality. Shallow, cold, restless, and still divided into first and second phases. One fascinating detail appears repeatedly in older literature from Europe. People often describe dreams occurring specifically after first sleep. This suggests the waking interval sharpened dream memory significantly. A person waking naturally from deeper sleep cycles could recall dreams more vividly before drifting back into second sleep. Dreams therefore became part of ordinary conversation and interpretation. Some dreams inspired fear. Others comforted grieving families. Some simply entertained listeners around mourning fires. The boundary between waking and dreaming blurred more easily in a world lit mainly by flame and moonlight. And perhaps that is why medieval nights feel so distant from modern experience. Not merely because people slept differently, but because darkness itself carried meaning. Night was not an empty gap between workdays. It was its own environment, its own emotional world, its own chapter of human existence. And somewhere in the middle of that long cold darkness, countless peasants across Europe opened their eyes naturally, listened to the silence for a while, and waited peacefully for second sleep to arrive once more. Second sleep usually came more gently than the first. There was no long struggle against wakefulness for most medieval peasants. After sitting quietly for a while, perhaps feeding the fire or whispering a prayer into darkness, the body slowly drifted downward again almost on its own. The room remained cold. The blankets smelled faintly of smoke. Somewhere nearby, another family member turned in sleep. And outside the cottage, the night still stretched on for hours. In medieval villages, dawn often arrived slowly through fog, frost, or rain. Before the first pale light touched the sky, many peasants were already half awake beneath blankets listening for signs of morning. A rooster crowing, a neighbor moving outside, church bells in the distance. The second sleep ended closer to dawn and often felt lighter than the first. By then, the body had already rested deeply earlier in the night. Some historians believe this may have helped medieval people wake more naturally without the violent interruption of alarms. Of course, that did not make mornings pleasant, especially in winter. Imagine leaving a warm shared bed inside a freezing timber cottage before sunrise. Your feet touch cold dirt or rough wooden flooring. The fire has weakened again overnight. Your breath appears faintly in the air, and immediately work begins. For medieval peasants, survival depended on relentless routine. Fields could not wait because someone felt tired. Animals needed feeding regardless of weather. Water still had to be carried. Bread still needed baking. Daily life moved according to necessity, not comfort. Women often rose first in many households, restarting fires and preparing simple morning meals. Pottage remained common, thick mixtures of grains, vegetables, or beans cooked slowly in pots over hearth fires. Bread, when available, formed another essential part of daily eating. Breakfast was rarely luxurious. Most peasants consumed enough food to continue working, nothing more. And yet the rhythms of sleep shaped these mornings profoundly. Because medieval people had already experienced a quiet waking period during the night, the beginning of morning did not always feel like being violently pulled from unconsciousness. Their bodies had already crossed the boundary between sleep and wakefulness once before dawn. Modern sleep researchers sometimes find this fascinating because it challenges modern assumptions about what normal human sleep actually looks like. The industrial world trained people to expect one continuous block of sleep largely because factories, offices, schools, and clocks demanded fixed schedules. Efficiency became important. Predictability became important. But medieval life operated differently. Nature determined timing more than machines did. And human biology interacted more directly with darkness. The absence of artificial lighting changed everything. Even moonlight played a major role in nighttime activity. Full moons transformed medieval landscapes dramatically. Roads became safer to travel. Nighttime work occasionally increased. Fishermen, hunters, and travelers often depended heavily on lunar brightness. Some medieval calendars even tracked important activities according to moon phases because visibility mattered so much before widespread lighting. A moonless winter night, meanwhile, could feel almost absolute in its darkness. Modern people rarely experience true darkness anymore. Even rural areas today usually contain distant electric glow from roads, towns, or buildings. But medieval darkness swallowed entire landscapes completely, and this darkness influenced imagination constantly. It is difficult to overstate how psychologically different nighttime must have felt for people living centuries before electricity. Humans evolved fearing what they could not see clearly. Medieval people lived with that uncertainty every evening. A tree moving in wind could resemble a figure. Animal sounds became mysterious. Shadows changed shape with candle flames. This is partly why folklore thrived so strongly during the Middle Ages. Stories helped explain uncertainty, and nighttime created ideal conditions for stories to grow. In taverns, homes, monasteries, and village gatherings, people repeated tales about ghosts, miracles, curses, hidden treasures, saints, demons, witches, and strange creatures moving through forests after dark. Not everyone believed every story literally. But belief and possibility overlapped more closely than they often do today. And the waking period between sleeps became fertile ground for imagination. A person lying awake after a vivid dream might spend an hour wondering whether it carried meaning. Someone hearing strange sounds outside could think of old village legends immediately. The medieval world allowed mystery to remain mysterious. At the same time, practical realities of nighttime life were often harsh rather than magical. Cold weather remained one of the greatest challenges. The medieval warm period earlier in European history eventually gave way to colder centuries associated with the Little Ice Age. Winters in parts of Europe became increasingly severe. Failed harvests, frozen rivers, and food shortages affected huge populations. During harsh winters, sleep itself became survival. Families huddled together beneath limited blankets. Fuel shortages meant weaker fires. Hunger weakened bodies already struggling against cold. There are historical accounts from colder centuries describing frost forming inside homes overnight. Imagine waking during first sleep and seeing ice along the inner walls. Yet peasants still followed familiar nighttime rhythms because human life adapts even under difficult conditions. Their bodies learned when to rest, when to wake briefly, when to return to second sleep. And children growing up inside this world accepted those patterns naturally. A medieval child likely heard adults mention first sleep and second sleep casually throughout life. The division of night required no explanation because everyone around them lived the same way. This shared understanding matters. Modern people sometimes suffer additional stress because waking at night feels abnormal or broken. Medieval peasants largely lacked that anxiety because society itself expected interrupted sleep. In some ways, acceptance may have made the experience easier. The night had structure, the waking interval had purpose, and eventually dawn always returned. As villages slowly brightened with gray morning light, smoke began rising again from rooftops. Doors opened, animals stirred, workers prepared tools. Life resumed almost immediately. The memory of nighttime dreams and midnight silence faded beneath labor. But then evening would come once more. The fire would burn low again. Darkness would spread across the fields. And somewhere inside small smoky cottages throughout Europe, tired peasants would close their eyes for first sleep, already knowing they would wake again before morning. Summer changed the rhythm of medieval sleep in ways winter never could. The nights grew shorter, the air stayed warmer, and villages remained active far later into the evening because daylight itself lasted longer. Across much of England and Northern Europe, midsummer sunsets stretched deep into what modern people would already consider nighttime. For peasants, this meant longer working days. Harvests, planting seasons, hay cutting, sheep shearing, repairing fences, tending gardens, collecting herbs, carrying water. All of it expanded beneath extended daylight. Summer demanded enormous physical effort because the survival of winter often depended on what could be gathered and preserved during these warmer months. People worked until their bodies ached. Then they slept. Yet even during summer, many still followed the old pattern of divided sleep. First sleep simply began later because sunset arrived later. The body still responded naturally to darkness once evening settled fully over the countryside. Fires glowed inside cottages. Supper was eaten. Children grew quiet with exhaustion. Gradually, one household after another disappeared into sleep. But summer nights carried different sounds. Open windows or loose shutters allowed crickets, frogs, owls, and distant village noises to drift indoors. Rainstorms rolled across fields with heavy warm air. Somewhere far away, dogs barked at travelers moving late along roads under moonlight. And unlike winter, people sometimes remained outdoors longer during warm evenings. Festivals especially transformed the night. Medieval life was difficult, but it was not endlessly grim. Seasonal celebrations brought music, dancing, drinking, games, and communal gatherings that interrupted ordinary routines. Feast days connected to the church calendar filled villages with temporary excitement. During midsummer festivals, bonfires burned late into the darkness. People sang. Young couples wandered together. Stories spread beneath open skies. For one night at least, the strict routines of labor relaxed slightly. Even then, though, darkness still carried mystery. A bonfire surrounded by black countryside only made the shadows beyond the firelight feel deeper. Medieval celebrations often existed beside superstition rather than replacing it. Certain nights of the year gained reputations for strange spiritual significance. People believed boundaries between worlds sometimes weakened during particular seasons. Midsummer fires, charms, blessings, and rituals blended Christian traditions with much older folk customs surviving quietly beneath official religion. And after celebrations ended, villagers eventually returned home through dark roads lit only by moonlight and fading torches. Then sleep returned once more. The medieval relationship with nighttime was never fully separated from nature itself. Modern cities overpower darkness with electric brightness. Medieval villages surrendered to darkness almost completely. The moon, stars, clouds, and weather all mattered because they directly affected visibility and movement. Cloudy nights became especially oppressive. Without moonlight, roads nearly vanished. A traveler walking alone might follow familiar paths mostly by memory. Marshes, forests, rivers, and uneven terrain became dangerous obstacles after sunset. Many crimes happened at night simply because identification was difficult in darkness. Town authorities across medieval Europe imposed curfews partly for this reason. In larger towns, bells sometimes signaled when fires should be covered and people should remain indoors. The very word curfew comes from old practices surrounding covering hearth fires at night to reduce fire risks. Fire never stopped being feared. A single spark in tightly packed wooden settlements could destroy entire communities. Medieval cities like London experienced repeated destructive fires long before the famous later disasters people often remember. So nighttime routines involved caution constantly. Candles extinguished carefully. Fires watched closely. Doors secured. Animals checked. Then first sleep began. And for several hours, medieval Europe rested beneath enormous darkness. One fascinating detail historians noticed while studying segmented sleep is how naturally older literature assumes nighttime waking. Writers rarely paused to explain it. Characters simply woke after first sleep because readers already understood the habit. This tells us the pattern likely remained widespread for centuries. Not universal perhaps, but common enough to feel ordinary. And ordinary life during the Middle Ages often depended heavily on adaptation to natural conditions rather than controlling them. Cold winters altered sleep. Summer heat altered sleep. Storms altered sleep. Harvest schedules altered sleep. Human routines bent around nature continuously. Modern climate-controlled life shields many people from these shifts. Medieval peasants possessed no such protection. Their bodies stayed deeply connected to changing seasons. Even illness followed seasonal patterns. Winter brought respiratory sicknesses intensified by smoky indoor air and crowded conditions. Summer sometimes brought disease through spoiled food or contaminated water. Plagues and epidemics spread unpredictably across regions through trade routes and crowded settlements. Nighttime during illness could feel endless. A feverish child crying beside the hearth. Parents staying awake listening to shallow breathing. Prayers whispered into darkness. The waking interval between sleeps might become filled not with peaceful reflection but fear. And yet sometimes during healthier and calmer periods, those midnight hours probably felt surprisingly peaceful. Imagine it carefully. No engines, no distant traffic, no glowing advertisements, no phones vibrating nearby. Only the occasional shifting of straw bedding and the faint orange glow of dying embers. The silence medieval people experienced was far deeper than modern silence usually is. Many historians believe this difference alone may have changed how people thought and felt during the night. The mind behaves differently without constant stimulation. Thoughts move slower. Dreams linger longer. Memory sharpens in strange ways. Perhaps this explains why nighttime prayers, stories, and reflections became such important parts of medieval emotional life. There was space for thought, real uninterrupted space. And inside that silence, people often woke naturally between sleeps without fear because their society understood the night differently. Sleep was not a single sealed event. It unfolded gradually. The first sleep carried deep exhaustion away. The waking interval opened a small quiet chamber inside the darkness. Then second sleep guided people softly toward dawn once more. Night after night, season after season, generation after generation. Until eventually, centuries later, artificial light and industrial schedules slowly began teaching humanity to sleep another way. Long before electric light changed human nights, darkness controlled not only sleep, but also the pace of thought itself. A medieval peasant did not move through evenings with constant stimulation pouring into the mind. After sunset, life narrowed. Sounds became fewer. Activities slowed. Conversations softened beside weak firelight. And because of that, nighttime often carried an almost dreamlike quality even before sleep began. Many historians believe people in the Middle Ages experienced the transition between waking and sleeping more gradually than modern societies do. Today, bright screens, artificial lighting, and fixed schedules keep the brain highly alert until the moment someone finally attempts to sleep. But medieval evenings faded naturally into rest. The body watched the fire dim. The eyes adjusted to darkness. The village quieted slowly. Then first sleep arrived almost like another phase of night itself. Inside peasant cottages across England, France, and other parts of Europe, the arrangement of sleeping spaces reflected practical survival more than comfort. Most ordinary homes were small, very small. A single-room cottage might contain cooking areas, tools, storage, and sleeping spaces all crowded together beneath one roof. Smoke from the hearth drifted upward into dark rafters because proper chimneys remained uncommon in many poorer homes. At night, the air thickened with warmth, smoke, damp clothing, animal smells, and human breath. Yet within this cramped environment, medieval people still created routines around sleep that lasted generations. Blankets were precious possessions. Good wool held warmth even in damp, cold conditions. Families repaired bedding carefully because replacing textiles required enormous labor. Spinning thread, weaving cloth, sewing garments, all demanded time. Nothing was disposable. A straw mattress itself represented work. Fresh straw had to be gathered and replaced periodically because old bedding collected dirt, insects, and moisture. Fleas thrived in medieval homes almost everywhere. Bedbugs traveled easily between crowded sleeping spaces. Modern people often imagine medieval nights as romantically peaceful, but physically they were often uncomfortable. Cold feet, smoke irritation, puffing, itching from insects, hard surfaces beneath thin bedding. And still people slept deeply because exhaustion outweighed discomfort. The body adapts remarkably when necessary. One important detail about medieval sleep is that ordinary people rarely controlled their own schedules completely. Agricultural labor dictated daily timing. Lords, seasons, weather, and church obligations all shaped routines. Church bells especially structured time in many communities. Even peasants who could not read often understood the day through bells signaling prayers, work periods, curfews, or important events. Sound mattered enormously in medieval society because visual communication traveled slowly. At night, however, bells sounded different. A bell ringing unexpectedly after dark could signal danger, fire, storm warnings. The silence of night made every sound significant. And during the waking interval between sleeps, medieval people listened closely to those sounds. A horse moving outside at midnight might mean a traveler arriving late, or a thief, or drunken villagers returning from celebrations. The imagination filled darkness quickly because information remained limited. This uncertainty helped preserve superstition. Across medieval Europe, people carried charms, recited prayers, or followed local protective customs before sleep. Some hung religious symbols near beds. Others believed certain herbs protected households from evil influences. These practices blended practical fear with spiritual belief. Because nighttime truly could be dangerous, robbery occurred, fires spread rapidly, drunken violence happened, and medical emergencies became terrifying after dark when help was difficult to reach. Pregnancy and childbirth especially carried enormous risks. Labor often began unexpectedly during nighttime hours, turning peaceful cottages into scenes of fear and urgency. Midwives traveled through dark roads carrying simple tools and inherited knowledge, while families prayed both mother and child survived until dawn. Many did not. That constant closeness to death shaped medieval attitudes towards sleep itself. Going to bed at night carried an awareness, sometimes quiet, sometimes strong, that not everyone woke again in the morning. Even healthy people occasionally died suddenly from illness or hidden conditions medicine could not understand. So nighttime prayers asking for protection made emotional sense. Sleep resembled surrender in some ways. You closed your eyes in darkness and trusted morning would return. And still, despite these fears, medieval people also found comfort in the night, especially during the middle waking hours. There is evidence that some individuals considered the period between first and second sleep unusually peaceful for thought, prayer, or intimacy. Modern researchers studying segmented sleep in controlled environments discovered participants often entered calm reflective states during nighttime waking once artificial light disappeared from their lives. Their minds behaved differently, less rushed, less anxious, more contemplative. Perhaps medieval peasants experienced something similar. After several hours of first sleep, the body relaxed deeply. Then waking arrived gently in silence rather than under bright stimulation. Hormones associated with stress likely behaved differently in those conditions. Instead of panicking about being awake, people simply existed quietly for a while. That may be one reason references to nighttime waking appear so casually in older literature. The experience itself did not feel alarming. It belonged naturally to human life. A person might wake, stir the fire, whisper with a spouse, remember a dream, step briefly outside beneath stars, then return calmly to bed for second sleep. Imagine stepping outside a medieval cottage around midnight. No electric lights anywhere. Only moonlight silvering wet grass. A sky crowded with stars modern cities rarely allow people to see anymore. Cold air carrying distant sounds across fields. Perhaps an owl calling somewhere beyond the trees. Perhaps church towers faintly visible against the horizon. The world would feel enormous and silent. That silence shaped human psychology profoundly. Modern life rarely permits true darkness or uninterrupted quiet. Medieval people lived inside both every single night. And slowly, over centuries, those ancient rhythms of first sleep and second sleep became woven into ordinary existence so deeply that nobody bothered explaining them anymore. They were simply part of being human beneath the long medieval night. For medieval peasants, the body itself became a kind of clock. Not a precise clock measured in minutes and seconds, but a slower natural rhythm shaped by sunlight, hunger, exhaustion, and season. Most ordinary people did not organize life around exact hours the way modern societies do. Mechanical clocks existed in some towns and monasteries later in the Middle Ages, but for rural peasants, time remained deeply physical. You woke because dawn approached. You rested because darkness deepened. You felt winter in your joints and summer in your skin, and sleep followed those ancient signals. This is one reason the medieval pattern of first and second sleep lasted so long. It fit naturally into a world without artificial schedules forcing people into rigid nighttime behavior. The night breathed in stages. First sleep arrived not long after darkness settled fully over the village. After hours of labor in fields, forests, kitchens, workshops, or stables, the body collapsed into heavy rest. Then came the quiet interval, then second sleep, and eventually dawn. The rhythm repeated so consistently that many people likely never questioned it at all. In some ways, medieval peasants may have understood their own tiredness better than modern people do. Their exhaustion came from physical labor rather than mental overstimulation. A farmer carrying heavy loads all day experienced fatigue differently from a person staring at glowing screens late into the night. The body knew when it needed rest. And because villages lacked artificial brightness, there was little to interrupt that process. Even wealthier households still lived much closer to natural darkness than modern people do today. Candles illuminated only small areas. Oil lamps remained weak compared to electric light. Shadows dominated interiors constantly. Night truly looked like night. Across England and other regions of Europe, peasant homes often contained only tiny window openings to preserve warmth. During winter evenings, shutters closed tightly against wind and cold. Inside, firelight flickered across rough wooden furniture, hanging herbs, cooking pots, and sleeping figures already settling beneath blankets. The room slowly dimmed. Voices softened. Children drifted into sleep first. Adults followed soon after. But one of the strangest things for modern people to imagine is how accepted nighttime waking used to be. Today, many people immediately assume something is wrong if they wake in darkness. They look at the clock and begin calculating lost sleep. Anxiety builds quickly. Medieval peasants did not carry that expectation. The interruption belonged to the structure of the night itself. Historical references suggest people even planned activities around it occasionally. Certain prayers were recommended specifically for the hours between sleeps. Some thieves and secret lovers moved during those late-night periods because households were neither fully awake nor fully asleep. Night possessed layers, and medieval society understood those layers intimately. Taverns, for example, sometimes stayed noisy long after most peasants had gone to bed. Travelers arriving late sought food, drink, or shelter. Ale flowed because water quality remained unreliable in many places. Drinking formed a normal part of daily life for both safety and calories. Yet eventually even taverns quieted. Lanterns dimmed. Fires burned lower. And towns surrendered to darkness. In cities, nighttime sounded different from villages. Urban streets contained more danger, more noise, more strangers. Horses clattered over stone roads. Watchmen called into darkness. Drunken arguments echoed between narrow buildings. Rats moved through alleys and market areas after dark. But even cities lacked the overwhelming brightness of modern urban life. A few lanterns could not erase the night. And so city dwellers also experienced the long silent interval between sleeps. One especially fascinating detail from medieval and early modern writings is how naturally dreams blended into waking conversations. A person might wake after first sleep still emotionally affected by a dream and discuss it immediately with family members nearby. Dreams mattered. Religious authorities debated their meaning constantly. Some dreams were considered divine warnings. Others were temptations sent by evil forces. Ordinary people interpreted dreams using local traditions, religious beliefs, personal fears, and community folklore. A dream about teeth falling out, storms destroying crops, dead relatives speaking, or unknown travelers arriving could all carry symbolic meaning in medieval minds. And because people woke during the night naturally, dream memory often remained unusually vivid. The waking interval acted almost like a bridge between dream life and daylight reality. Modern sleep patterns sometimes erase dreams quickly because people rush immediately from bed into alarms, lights, and schedules. Medieval peasants instead sat quietly in darkness for a while after waking. The dream world lingered. Some people prayed about dreams. Others feared them. Others simply shared them beside the fading fire. Outside, meanwhile, nature continued moving through the darkness. Foxes hunted. Owls crossed moonlit fields. Rain gathered over forests. Rivers flowed unseen beneath black skies. Medieval people lived much closer to these nighttime environments than modern humans generally do. Sounds from outside entered homes easily. Seasonal smells drifted indoors. Wind carried distant noises across open land. And weather never stopped influencing sleep. Summer heat made crowded cottages uncomfortable. Winter cold stiffened limbs beneath blankets. Storms rattled roofs violently. Heavy rain leaked through damaged thatch. Thunder frightened children and animals alike. During severe weather, the waking period between sleeps may have become longer simply because conditions made rest difficult. Yet people adapted because adaptation was survival. Generation after generation learned how to sleep within noisy storms, smoky rooms, crowded spaces, and freezing winters. There is something deeply human in that adaptability. Despite hardship, people still created routines, comforts, and familiar patterns within difficult environments. Shared blanket. A warm dog curled nearby. The sound of a loved one breathing softly in darkness. The comfort of knowing morning eventually comes. These small things mattered enormously. And perhaps that is why the medieval night feels strangely intimate when historians reconstruct it carefully. Not peaceful in the modern luxurious sense, but deeply lived in. The night was not empty time waiting to be skipped. It had its own emotions, fears, conversations, rituals, and rhythms. And somewhere around midnight, after first sleep ended quietly once again, countless ordinary peasants opened their eyes to the darkness around them, not with panic, but with recognition, because this was simply how humans had slept for centuries. Recognition mattered deeply in medieval life. People survived partly because routines stayed familiar. Seasons changed. Lords changed. Wars passed through regions. Disease arrived unexpectedly. But ordinary habits inside the home remained steady enough to give structure to uncertain lives. And nighttime routines became some of the strongest habits of all. The fire lowered. The shutters closed. Prayers were spoken. Families settled together. Then first sleep carried the household into darkness. In many ways, medieval sleep reflected the larger rhythm of peasant existence itself. Divided, interrupted, but enduring. Workdays were rarely smooth or predictable. Rain stopped harvests suddenly. Animals escaped. Illness interrupted labor. Tools broke. Hunger returned season after season. Yet people adapted continuously because there was no alternative. Sleep adapted too. Modern society often treats uninterrupted rest as the ideal human condition, but medieval people may have experienced the night more flexibly. Waking between sleeps did not automatically mean discomfort or dysfunction. Sometimes it simply meant the body had completed one cycle of rest before entering another. And during those waking hours, the silence of the medieval world revealed itself most clearly. Imagine opening your eyes inside a small cottage sometime after midnight. No streetlights outside. No distant engine sounds. Only darkness and the low orange pulse of embers near the hearth. Perhaps someone beside you snores softly. Perhaps rain taps against the roof. You lie there listening for a moment, neither fully asleep nor fully awake. This state appears repeatedly in historical descriptions of segmented sleep. The mind remained calm, reflective, almost dreamlike. Some modern experiments recreating natural dark conditions found participants experiencing similar peaceful wakefulness during the night after several weeks away from artificial lighting. Their sleep divided naturally, and their nighttime waking carried surprisingly little anxiety. Medieval peasants may have lived inside that state for generations. Across much of France and England, homes themselves reinforced these rhythms. Thick darkness inside cottages encouraged melatonin production naturally. Firelight does not stimulate the brain the same way electric light does. Even active evenings remained dim by modern standards. As the fire faded, the human body simply followed. And because evenings lasted longer during winter, nighttime waking may have felt less intrusive. There was still plenty of darkness remaining before dawn. No one needed to panic about returning instantly to sleep because morning labor remained hours away. Time moved differently. A medieval peasant rarely rushed through the night. The body understood there was still another sleep waiting. One curious aspect of medieval nighttime culture involved neighbors and community relationships. Villages were socially close environments where people knew one another intimately. Thin walls, crowded homes, and shared labor meant privacy existed only in limited forms. This closeness continued at night. People heard neighbors arguing, singing, coughing, or tending animals after dark. During the waking interval between sleeps, sounds from nearby cottages sometimes traveled through still night air surprisingly clearly. Crying baby, barking dog, someone chopping wood late, a distant voice returning from the tavern. Night connected villages acoustically in ways modern insulated homes rarely allow. At the same time, darkness also increased suspicion. A stranger moving through a village after midnight attracted attention immediately. Theft of livestock, grain, or tools could threaten survival seriously for poor families. Communities often remained wary of outsiders, especially during unstable periods of famine or disease. Travelers feared nighttime roads for good reason. Without proper lighting, injuries became common. Muddy paths disappeared into forests or marshes. Bridges collapsed. Horses stumbled. Bandits targeted isolated travelers whenever possible. Even local people avoided wandering unnecessarily after dark. So when peasants woke between sleeps, most stayed indoors near warmth and safety. Inside those cottages, however, another world quietly existed. The world of memory. Night encouraged remembering. Older relatives repeated stories about hard winters, failed harvests, strange omens, or wars that passed through years earlier. Oral memory mattered enormously in largely illiterate communities. History survived through repeated telling. A grandfather might describe seeing soldiers march across nearby fields decades earlier. A mother might recall a famine from childhood. A neighbor might retell rumors of plague reaching distant towns. These stories traveled across generations beside nighttime fires. And because evenings were not crowded with modern distractions, people listened carefully. Silence surrounded storytelling differently then. Words carried weight. especially during the middle hours of night when the outside world disappeared completely beyond the walls. Medieval people also noticed the sky far more than most modern people do. Without electric glow washing away the stars, the heavens appeared astonishingly bright. Constellations, moon phases, eclipses, meteors, all became part of ordinary observation. Farmers paid attention to seasonal skies because weather predictions affected crops directly. Astrology also influenced medieval thought heavily. Many educated people believed planetary movements affected human health, personality, and fate. Physicians sometimes recommended treatments according to celestial timing, so the night sky itself carried meaning. A clear, cold night filled with stars might inspire wonder. An eclipse might inspire fear. And during the waking period between sleeps, some people likely stepped briefly outside to look upward before returning to bed. Imagine the silence of that moment. A medieval village sleeping behind you, frozen grass beneath your feet. The Milky Way stretching brilliantly across a sky untouched by electric light. No airplanes, no glowing towers, only stars and darkness over endless fields. Then eventually the cold drives you back inside. The fire has nearly died. You settle once more beneath rough blankets. And second sleep arrives quietly. One detail often forgotten in discussions of medieval sleep is how young children learned these rhythms automatically. They grew up hearing adults speak about first sleep and second sleep naturally. Waking during the night felt ordinary because everyone around them treated it that way. Culture shaped biology. Expectation shaped experience. And perhaps modern insomnia feels partly frightening because modern culture insists uninterrupted sleep is the only correct form of rest. Medieval peasants belonged to a different understanding entirely. For them, the night unfolded in parts. A descent into darkness. A return to quiet wakefulness. Then another slow surrender before dawn spread pale light across the fields once again. By the time dawn finally reached a medieval village, the world often looked gray before it looked bright. Morning light seeped slowly across fields and rooftops, revealing frost on fences, smoke drifting from chimneys, and muddy paths still wet from the previous day. The second sleep had ended. Blankets were folded back. Fires were rebuilt carefully from surviving embers. And almost immediately labor returned. For peasants, there was rarely a gentle beginning to the day. Animals needed feeding before sunrise. Water needed carrying. Bread dough needed preparing. Fields waited regardless of exhaustion. The medieval body therefore moved through life in cycles of work and recovery far more connected to natural conditions than most modern people experience. Sleep was not treated as a separate health practice or luxury. It was simply woven into survival itself. And survival was difficult. One failed harvest could threaten an entire village with hunger. Harsh weather destroyed crops regularly. Medieval peasants understood uncertainty intimately because nature controlled so much of their existence. This constant pressure shaped nighttime behavior too. People valued rest deeply because tomorrow demanded physical endurance again. Yet despite exhausting workdays, the divided pattern of sleep continued across centuries. That detail fascinates historians because it suggests segmented sleep was not caused by laziness or excessive free time. Even people performing brutal manual labor often woke naturally during the night. The pattern appears repeatedly in old records because it fit human biology under pre-industrial conditions. And once you begin imagining medieval nights carefully, the logic starts to emerge. Darkness lasted longer. Evenings were dim. The body entered sleep earlier. So the night itself expanded into multiple phases naturally. Across England, peasants often measured life more through seasons than calendar dates. Winter nights especially created long periods indoors where families depended heavily on stored food, preserved fuel, and one another. Winter therefore strengthened household intimacy in complicated ways. Families crowded closer together physically. Conversations lengthened beside fires. Stories repeated across generations. And sleep itself became communal. Modern people usually imagine sleep as deeply personal and private. Medieval sleep rarely worked that way. Shared rooms, shared beds, shared sounds. All of this was normal for ordinary households. Even inns reflected this reality. Travelers frequently shared sleeping spaces with strangers because separate rooms were expensive or unavailable. Snoring, coughing, movement, and conversation continued through the night around them. Privacy belonged mainly to the wealthy. And because medieval people grew up surrounded by these conditions, their expectations differed enormously from ours. Silence did not need to be perfect. Darkness did not need to be complete indoors. Comfort did not need to be ideal. Sleep adapted around life rather than the other way around. One especially interesting aspect of medieval nighttime was the relationship between sleep and religion. Christianity influenced almost every part of European daily existence during the Middle Ages. The church shaped calendars, holidays, morality, laws, education, and even ideas about dreams and nighttime behavior. Many people prayed before bed every evening. Some prayed again after waking from first sleep. Monastic communities institutionalized nighttime waking even more formally. Monks often rose during deep night hours to participate in prayers and chants inside cold stone monasteries lit only by candlelight. Imagine hearing distant chanting echo through dark corridors while the outside world remains frozen in silence. For religious communities, nighttime waking became spiritually meaningful rather than inconvenient. The stillness of night encouraged contemplation, and ordinary peasants absorbed parts of this attitude too. The darkness between sleeps could feel sacred. Time for quiet thought. Time to remember the dead. A time to ask for protection against illness, famine, or bad weather. Because fear accompanied medieval nights constantly. Fear of disease especially shaped how people experienced darkness. In crowded medieval homes, sickness spread quickly. A coughing child sleeping beside the family fire might infect everyone in the cottage within days. Without modern medicine, even common infections sometimes became fatal. Night intensified these fears because symptoms often worsened in darkness. Fevers rose. Breathing became strained. Parents stayed awake listening carefully. And if someone died during the night, the entire emotional atmosphere of the household changed before dawn even arrived. Death remained physically close in medieval life. People saw it regularly, prepared bodies for burial, attended funerals frequently. Burial grounds surrounded churches at the center of many communities, keeping mortality visible within everyday existence. This closeness to death shaped sleep emotionally. Every night contained uncertainty. And yet, strangely, medieval descriptions of nighttime waking rarely sound panicked. People accepted interruption as part of life. A person waking after first sleep might simply lie quietly thinking, praying, or remembering dreams while waiting for second sleep to return naturally. There is something almost patient about it. Modern society often treats sleep like a machine that should function perfectly on command. Medieval sleep instead resembled weather or tides, a rhythm to move within rather than fully control. Nature guided the body. Darkness guided the body. Season guided the body. Even moonlight mattered. Bright moonlit nights altered visibility dramatically. Some activities became easier after dark during full moons. Travelers timed journeys carefully around lunar brightness whenever possible. Farmers and fishermen also observed moon cycles closely through inherited traditions. Meanwhile, cloudy nights became oppressively dark. Without moonlight or stars, villages nearly disappeared into blackness. Inside cottages, only embers or weak candles remained visible. And during those moments, the line between dreams and waking life could feel surprisingly thin. A peasant waking suddenly from first sleep after a vivid dream might remain emotionally inside that dream for several minutes. The The dim firelight, the silence, the cold air. Everything encouraged lingering imagination. Modern electric light snaps people awake quickly. Firelight does not. The medieval night therefore moved slowly. Thoughts moved slowly. Sleep moved slowly. And somewhere during those quiet middle hours, countless ordinary people sat awake beside fading fires while the rest of Europe slept around them. Not lonely exactly. Not afraid exactly. Simply awake for a little while inside the ancient rhythm of first sleep and second sleep that had shaped human nights for generations. The longer historians studied medieval sleep, the stranger modern life began to look by comparison. For centuries, people across Europe had spoken naturally about first sleep and second sleep, as though everyone understood the pattern. Then gradually, during later centuries, the language itself began disappearing. Not because human biology suddenly changed overnight, but because society changed. Artificial light spread slowly. Cities grew brighter. Work schedules became stricter. Factories demanded fixed hours. And eventually the old nighttime rhythm that medieval peasants once considered ordinary started fading from daily life. But during the Middle Ages itself, that rhythm remained deeply woven into existence, especially in the countryside. A farming village after sunset became a world almost entirely separated from daylight activity. Roads emptied quickly. Markets closed. Workshops quieted. Smoke drifted upward from cottages where families gathered around evening meals before sleep. Most peasants ate simple food repeatedly throughout life. Dark bread, pottage, beans, onions, cabbage, sometimes cheese or salted meat when available. Meals reflected survival more than variety. And after eating, there was little reason to remain awake long into darkness. Candles cost money. Firewood required labor. The body already felt exhausted from work. So first sleep arrived early. Yet medieval evenings were not always silent or peaceful. Arguments happened. Babies cried. Drunken villagers stumbled home from taverns. Animals made noise throughout the night. Dogs barked at unfamiliar sounds beyond the village edge. And in towns across England or France, nighttime carried an entirely different atmosphere from rural life. Urban streets after dark could become threatening places. Without modern policing or street lighting, crime thrived in darkness. Pickpockets, thieves, gamblers, and violent drunks moved through narrow alleys lit only by occasional lanterns or moonlight. City authorities often imposed nighttime restrictions partly because darkness made control difficult. Watchmen patrolled carrying bells or lanterns, calling out the hours into sleeping streets. Imagine hearing a distant voice echoing through a medieval city around midnight while you lie awake between sleeps. The sound alone would remind you how dark the world outside truly was. And still, despite these dangers, the night also created opportunities. Secret meetings, quiet romances, illegal gambling, political conspiracies, religious gatherings during periods of persecution. Darkness concealed human activity in ways daylight could not. Even ordinary peasants sometimes used nighttime waking practically. Bakers began work before dawn. Farmers occasionally checked animals during difficult weather. Travelers leaving early might rise during the interval between sleeps rather than after sunrise. The medieval night was never completely inactive, simply moved more slowly. One especially important factor affecting sleep was temperature. Modern climate control keeps indoor temperatures relatively stable year-round. Medieval homes offered little such protection. A winter night and a summer night felt entirely different physically. During cold months, families often slept closely together for warmth. Shared body heat mattered. Blankets and wool clothing became essential defenses against freezing air entering through cracks in walls or roofs. Meanwhile, summer brought other discomforts. Insects. Stale air inside crowded cottages. Open windows allowed cooler air but also outside noise and smells. And because medieval sanitation systems remained poor in many places, towns especially carried strong odors during warmer weather. Sleep adapted around all of it. Another forgotten reality of medieval nights involved animals. Peasants lived extremely close to animals compared to most modern people. Chickens wandered freely. Dogs slept indoors. Livestock stayed near homes for security and warmth. Rats moved through buildings constantly searching for food. At night, these creatures created their own layer of sounds and disturbances. Hoof shifting, scratching in walls, low animal breathing nearby. A restless cow or frightened horse could wake an entire household. And still, segmented sleep persisted through all these interruptions. That persistence suggests something important. Medieval waking periods were not merely caused by noise or discomfort. They formed part of a larger biological and cultural rhythm tied closely to darkness itself. Researchers recreating pre-industrial lighting conditions centuries later found similar patterns emerging naturally in modern participants after extended exposure to long dark evenings. People often slept for several hours, woke calmly for a period, then returned to sleep again. The medieval world may simply have allowed this pattern to flourish rather than suppressing it. Modern society trains people to resist nighttime waking immediately. We expect continuous sleep because our schedules require it. But medieval peasants existed under different expectations entirely. The night belonged to stages, and people understood those stages instinctively. One fascinating emotional detail appears in older writings about nighttime waking. People often describe the middle hours as unusually thoughtful, perhaps because dreams remained fresh in memory, perhaps because silence deepened reflection, perhaps because darkness removed distractions. Whatever the reason, the period between sleeps carried a distinct mental atmosphere, quiet, reflective, detached from ordinary daytime concerns. A peasant lying awake after first sleep might think about the coming harvest, a recent funeral, rumors from neighboring villages, or fears about winter supplies. Or perhaps simply listen to the fire crackling softly in darkness. The pace of thought itself may have differed in those conditions. Modern people rarely experience long, uninterrupted silence anymore. Medieval people encountered it nightly, and silence changes the mind. There were no constant updates demanding attention. No endless stream of images or information. Only darkness, memory, and the slow passing of hours. Even the stars above reinforced this feeling of vastness. Without electric light, the medieval night sky appeared astonishingly alive. Constellations guided travelers and marked seasons. Eclipses inspired fear or wonder. Comets were often interpreted as signs of disaster or divine warning. Ordinary peasants might not understand astronomy formally, but they knew the sky intimately through repeated observation. The heavens mattered because they shaped agriculture, religion, navigation, and imagination. And during the waking interval between sleeps, some people surely stepped outside briefly into the cold air to look upward before returning to bed. Then eventually second sleep came again. The body softened back into rest. The village quieted completely once more. And somewhere far beyond the sleeping fields, dawn slowly prepared itself beyond the horizon. Dawn in the medieval world often arrived with sound before light. A rooster crowing from somewhere beyond the cottage wall. A cart creaking along a muddy road. Church bells rolling faintly across cold morning air. Dogs barking as villagers stepped outside to begin another day. These sounds slowly pulled people from second sleep and back into labor. And labor defined nearly everything about peasant existence. Modern people sometimes underestimate how physically demanding ordinary survival used to be. Medieval peasants did not exercise for health or recreation. Their entire lives were exercise. Every meal, every fire, every bucket of water required effort from human bodies. Women spent hours grinding grain, carrying water, washing clothes, cooking over smoke-filled hearths, spinning wool, mending garments, tending gardens, and caring for children. Men plowed fields, chopped wood, repaired buildings, handled livestock, dug ditches and hauled supplies. Children worked too. Not occasionally, constantly. From young ages they gathered sticks, carried tools, scared birds away from crops, fetched water, and learned the rhythms of survival directly from adults around them. By nightfall, exhaustion settled into every muscle. And yet, despite such fatigue, medieval sleep still unfolded in parts. That remains one of the most fascinating details about this lost nighttime world. The human body under natural darkness often preferred segmented rest, and medieval society accepted that preference naturally. Across England and much of Europe, evenings moved according to firelight rather than clocks. Once darkness covered the countryside, there was little productive work most peasants could continue safely. So villages quieted early. But the silence of medieval nights did not always mean peace. Winter especially carried anxiety. Food supplies had to survive until spring. A harsh season could destroy entire communities through starvation or disease. Grain stores were checked carefully. Salted meat rationed cautiously. Ale and preserved vegetables became essential sources of calories. Every household understood how fragile survival really was. And nighttime made that fragility feel larger. The darkness outside a cottage could seem endless during long winter storms. Wind pressed against walls. Snow drifted across roads. Travelers vanished in freezing conditions. Wolves sometimes approached villages searching for food during severe winters in certain regions. Families gathered close around the hearth because warmth itself became precious. In these conditions, the waking interval between sleeps may have carried an almost protective feeling. People stirred the fire, checked children, adjusted blankets, listened to weather outside. The middle of the night became a time of quiet awareness. Not full activity, not full unconsciousness, something in between. Many historians believe modern people struggle to imagine this state because electric light fundamentally changed human nights. Today, waking at 2 a.m. often means instant exposure to bright screens, artificial stimulation, and anxious awareness of time. Medieval peasants woke differently. The room remained dim. The body stayed relaxed. The world stayed silent. There was no immediate pressure to become fully alert. So people drifted through those waking hours almost gently. And during that interval, dreams lingered strongly. Dreams mattered deeply in medieval culture because the boundary between spiritual life and ordinary life remained porous. Religious visions, omens, miraculous signs, and symbolic warnings all seemed possible to medieval minds. A dream about fire might worry a household after a dry summer. A dream involving dead relatives might be interpreted spiritually. Certain saints reportedly appeared in dreams offering guidance or warnings according to religious stories circulating at the time. Even educated medieval scholars debated whether dreams contained divine meaning, temptation, illness, or hidden truths. Ordinary peasants likely mixed religious teaching with local folklore in their interpretations. And because people woke naturally between sleeps, dreams stayed vivid enough to discuss. Someone might describe a troubling dream quietly beside the fire before second sleep returned. Night encouraged these conversations because darkness itself already felt mysterious. A medieval village after midnight belonged partly to imagination. Outside the small circle of firelight, almost nothing could be seen clearly. Roads vanished. Trees became shapes against the sky. Fog transformed familiar places into strange landscapes. Without modern lighting, the world beyond the cottage truly disappeared each night. And human beings respond psychologically to that kind of darkness. Fear grows differently there. Wonder grows differently too. Some medieval people probably experienced the night sky with an emotional intensity difficult to recreate today. On clear nights, stars crowded the heavens in astonishing numbers. The Milky Way stretched brightly overhead without city lights washing it away. People navigated by stars, measured seasons partly by stars, attached stories and prophecies to stars. The heavens felt active and alive above them. And during those quiet hours between sleeps, the sky may have seemed especially enormous. One overlooked detail in medieval sleeping habits involves clothing. Most peasants did not own large wardrobes. Garments required significant labor to produce, so people slept wearing some form of clothing rather than separate modern pajamas. Nightcaps were common because keeping the head warm mattered greatly in cold weather. Beds themselves were practical objects before they became symbols of comfort. Straw mattresses compressed quickly and required maintenance. Blankets absorbed smoke and dampness. Fleas infested bedding regularly. Wealthier households enjoyed feather beds and curtains, but ordinary people adapted to rougher conditions. Yet adaptation changes perception. What feels unbearable to one society becomes ordinary to another. Medieval peasants did not constantly compare their sleep to luxury standards they had never experienced. Their expectations formed inside the world they knew. And within that world, waking during the night simply belonged to normal life. The structure of darkness itself encouraged it. Long nights divided naturally. First sleep carried away physical exhaustion. The waking interval opened space for thought, prayer, intimacy, or quiet listening. Then second sleep prepared the body for another demanding day. Generation after generation followed these rhythms without necessarily questioning them. Until centuries later, industrial schedules, brighter lighting, and modern ideas about efficiency slowly erased the old pattern from common memory. But for medieval peasants lying awake beside fading embers while cold wind moved outside their cottages, the divided night was not strange at all. It was simply how humans slept beneath the ancient darkness of the world. The ancient darkness of the medieval world changed human behavior in countless small ways modern people rarely notice anymore. People moved differently at night, spoke differently, thought differently. Even memory itself may have worked differently beneath long hours of silence and firelight. For peasants, darkness was not an inconvenience that could be switched away with electricity. It was a daily force shaping the boundaries of life. Once the sun disappeared, the world became slower, quieter, and more uncertain. And inside that uncertainty, segmented sleep flourished naturally. The first sleep usually arrived during deep exhaustion. After hours of physical labor, the body fell quickly into heavy rest. Muscles loosened, breathing slowed. Entire households disappeared into stillness. Then hours later, somewhere around midnight, waking returned softly. Not suddenly, not violently, just a slow drifting upward into awareness. Perhaps someone shifted beside you. Perhaps the fire cracked quietly. Perhaps cold air touched your face through gaps in the wall. The medieval peasant opened their eyes into darkness and understood immediately where they were inside the rhythm of the night. Between sleeps. That phrase itself once felt ordinary across large parts of Europe. Historical documents reveal people referring casually to activities happening after first sleep, as though mentioning afternoon or evening. The language suggests society recognized nighttime in separate sections, rather than as one continuous block of unconsciousness. And during those middle hours, the emotional atmosphere of medieval life changed. Daytime belonged to labor, obligations, and survival. Night belonged partly to thought. Many people prayed during the waking interval because silence encouraged reflection. Religious life surrounded medieval Europe constantly. Church towers dominated village skylines. Feast days structured calendars. Priests influenced community life deeply. But nighttime spirituality often felt more personal than public. A peasant lying awake after first sleep might quietly ask protection for family members, pray for good harvests, or seek comfort after illness or loss. These prayers happened not inside grand cathedrals but inside smoky cottages where children slept nearby beneath patched wool blankets. And because death remained close to everyday life, such prayers carried urgency. A fever could become fatal. Childbirth could become fatal. Winter hunger could become fatal. The medieval world offered fewer illusions of safety than modern societies often do. People understood vulnerability intimately. This awareness shaped nighttime emotions powerfully. Imagine waking in darkness while a child nearby coughs heavily with illness. There is no hospital nearby, no antibiotics, no certainty the child survives until morning. You listen carefully between the sounds of wind and fire. You wait, you pray. Night stretches longer when fear enters it. Yet medieval people still adapted emotionally to these conditions because adaptation was necessary for survival. Human beings normalize extraordinary hardship surprisingly quickly when generations live inside it continuously. And alongside fear, there was familiarity too. The same roof overhead, the same fire, the same breathing of loved ones nearby, the same nightly rhythm repeated across years. First sleep, waking, second sleep, morning, work, then night again. Across England and other regions, seasonal cycles reinforced these patterns strongly. Winter created especially long nights ideal for segmented sleep. Summer shortened darkness but did not erase the habit entirely. Agricultural life remained deeply connected to daylight regardless of season. Harvest periods exhausted people almost beyond imagination. Entire communities rushed against weather itself. Gathering crops before rain or frost destroyed months of labor. During these seasons, sleep became essential recovery. Still divided, still interrupted naturally, still accepted. One reason modern historians became fascinated with medieval sleep is because references to segmented sleep appeared across different social classes, not only among peasants. Scholars, writers, servants, travelers, and clergy all mentioned first sleep in various sources. The practice seems to have been culturally widespread for centuries before gradually fading, and artificial light played a huge role in that transformation. Candles alone never fully conquered darkness because they remained expensive and weak compared to electric lighting. But over time, urban life expanded nighttime activity. Coffee houses, taverns, workshops, theaters, and factories slowly extended waking hours deeper into the night. Human schedules changed. Eventually sleep compressed into one expected block. But medieval peasants belonged to an older relationship with darkness. One closer to natural human rhythms shaped by sunset itself. And because of that, nighttime carried textures modern life often erases. True silence, true darkness, true slowness. Imagine the soundscape of a medieval village after midnight. No traffic, no refrigeration hum, no airplanes overhead, perhaps distant wind through trees, a horse shifting in a stable, a church bell marking the hour somewhere far away. That might be all. Silence that deep changes how the mind experiences time. Minutes feel longer. Thoughts unfold slowly. Dreams remain vivid after waking. Some historians believe the waking interval between sleeps may even have encouraged creativity and memory because the brain occupied a calm reflective state unlike ordinary daytime consciousness. Certainly older literature often describes nighttime as emotionally intense. Lovers met secretly. Mystics prayed. Writers reflected. Peasants remembered dreams. And outside the small circles of firelight, medieval darkness continued stretching across forests, rivers, fields, and roads almost untouched by human illumination. Travelers feared that darkness for practical reasons. Roads became dangerous immediately after sunset. Mud, thieves, collapsed bridges, wild animals, and simple disorientation threatened anyone moving through unfamiliar terrain at night. Inns therefore mattered enormously. Yet inns themselves often provided poor sleep. Shared beds, loud guests, fleas, drunken arguments, and crowded conditions created constant disturbances. Still, even there, the pattern of first and second sleep likely continued, because the rhythm came partly from the body responding to darkness itself. One especially haunting aspect of medieval nights involved fire risk. Entire communities feared nighttime fires intensely. Wooden buildings packed closely together could vanish within hours once flames spread. People carefully controlled hearths before sleeping, yet disasters still happened frequently. Imagine waking after first sleep and smelling smoke stronger than usual. For a medieval peasant, that scent could mean catastrophe. The night held both rest and danger simultaneously. And perhaps that tension explains why waking between sleeps felt so natural. People remained partly aware of the world around them, even while resting deeply. The darkness never fully released its hold on human attention. Then eventually, after sitting quietly beside fading embers or listening to cold wind outside the walls, the body softened again. Second sleep arrived. And the long medieval night continued, carrying countless ordinary lives slowly toward dawn once more. Toward the end of the night, the medieval world often became coldest. The fire had burned low for hours. Embers glowed weakly beneath ash. Blankets trapped what warmth they could while wind pressed softly through cracks in timber walls. This was usually the time of second sleep. Quieter sleep, the lighter sleep, the sleep closest to dawn. Many peasants probably drifted in and out of dreams during these final hours before morning. After the waking interval between sleeps, the body no longer plunged into the same deep exhaustion as earlier in the night. Instead, rest became gentler, more fragile. A barking dog could wake someone. A child turning nearby could wake someone. Rain beginning suddenly on the roof could wake someone. And medieval people expected such interruptions because their environment constantly surrounded them. Modern bedrooms isolate sleep from nature as much as possible. Medieval cottages could not. The outside world remained close every hour of the night. Cold entered. Sounds entered. Smells entered. Sometimes even animals entered. And yet human beings adapted so completely that these conditions became ordinary. One of the clearest signs of this adaptation appears in medieval language itself. Writers described nighttime waking without surprise. A person might mention visiting someone after first sleep, or hearing noises between sleeps, as casually as modern people mention breakfast or sunset. The rhythm was culturally understood. And because society accepted it, people rarely treated waking itself as failure. That difference matters enormously. Today, many people experience anxiety the moment they wake unexpectedly during the night. They calculate remaining hours before work. They fear exhaustion tomorrow. They stare at clocks glowing beside the bed. Medieval peasants lacked both the clocks and the expectations. The night still contained time left to sleep. No urgent calculation was needed. So the waking period often unfolded calmly. In larger towns across London or medieval Paris, however, nights could become surprisingly noisy despite darkness. Horses moved through streets. Taverns emptied late. Watchmen shouted warnings or called the hour. Church bells echoed over rooftops. Cats fought in alleys. Drunks argued loudly. Urban life never became completely silent. Still, even cities surrendered partly to darkness because lighting remained weak and expensive. A few lanterns could not overpower night itself. And for ordinary workers living in crowded urban housing, sleep conditions were often difficult. Servants sometimes slept beside kitchens or workshops. Apprentices shared cramped sleeping spaces. Poor laborers rented beds temporarily in overcrowded buildings. The smell of smoke, sweat, sewage, and damp clothing filled many urban homes constantly. Disease spread rapidly in such environments. This closeness between human bodies shaped nighttime experience profoundly. Medieval people rarely slept alone unless wealthy or isolated. Shared sleeping spaces meant shared breathing, shared warmth, shared illness, shared sounds, and perhaps shared comfort too. A mother hearing children breathing nearby during winter darkness likely felt reassurance in that sound. A husband waking between sleeps could speak quietly with his wife beside him. Families existed physically close to one another through nearly every part of life. Even grief happened collectively. If someone died during the night, the household witnessed it together. Bodies were often prepared for burial inside the home itself. Mourning unfolded within familiar rooms where daily life continued around loss. Death therefore never felt entirely separate from ordinary existence. And nighttime made mortality feel especially close. Many medieval prayers before sleep reflected this awareness directly. People asked God to protect them through the dangers of darkness and allow them to wake safely at dawn. Going to bed carried uncertainty because survival itself carried uncertainty. Yet there was also trust in repetition. The sun had always returned before. Morning chores had always resumed before. The cycle continued. And so peasants surrendered to sleep again each evening despite fear, hardship, or exhaustion. One fascinating aspect of segmented sleep is how naturally it aligned with long winter nights. During December or January in Northern Europe, darkness stretched enormously. Sleeping continuously for such long periods may not have felt biologically natural for many people. Instead, the body divided rest into stages. First sleep handled deep exhaustion. The waking interval provided quiet consciousness. Second sleep carried people toward dawn. This rhythm may even have prevented some restlessness caused by excessively long nights indoors. And those waking hours were not always empty. People prayed, talked softly, remembered dreams, checked fires, sometimes even visited neighbors quietly in close village communities. Historical records contain references to crimes, meetings, and conversations occurring after first sleep because people understood that others might naturally be awake during those hours too. The medieval night therefore had its own social structure. Not fully asleep, not fully active, something balanced between the two. Meanwhile outside, nature continued moving unseen through darkness. Snow covered fields silently. Foxes crossed roads. River water froze along edges during harsh winters. Mist gathered over marshland. The medieval world remained far less separated from natural environments than modern industrial society. Most peasants spent daily life outdoors working directly with soil, weather, animals, and seasons. That closeness extended into sleep itself. The body responded naturally to shortening daylight in winter and longer evenings in summer. Artificial lighting had not yet severed human rhythms from the movement of the sun. And because of that, nighttime often felt emotionally rich in ways modern life rarely allows. Darkness encouraged memory. Silence encouraged reflection. Dreams carried weight. Even boredom itself created space for thought. Modern people fill sleepless moments quickly with entertainment or information. Medieval peasants had no such distractions. If they woke between sleeps, they simply existed inside the darkness for a while, listening, thinking, waiting. Perhaps that waiting felt peaceful sometimes. The fire glowing softly, the smell of smoke in wool blankets, the distant sound of wind outside, child sleeping nearby. The certainty that dawn would eventually return even if the night still seemed endless. Then slowly, almost without noticing it, second sleep deepened again. The body relaxed, breathing slowed. And somewhere beyond the frozen fields or muddy village roads, the first pale edge of morning quietly approached the horizon once more. Morning light did not erase the medieval night immediately. Even after sunrise, traces of darkness lingered inside cottages. Smoke hung beneath rafters. Embers glowed weakly in hearths. People moved slowly at first, carrying the heaviness of interrupted sleep and physical labor already waiting ahead. Yet for medieval peasants, this rhythm felt ordinary because it had repeated across generations. Children learned it from birth. Grandparents remembered it from childhood. The divided night belonged to the structure of life itself. And because everyone around them slept similarly, No one considered the pattern strange. That shared understanding shaped emotional experience more than modern people sometimes realize. Human beings interpret bodily sensations through culture. If society tells people waking at night is abnormal, they often feel anxious when it happens. Medieval society told people something different. Waking between sleeps was expected, natural, part of the night. And so the waking interval became woven into household routines quietly and without panic. Across rural England, winter mornings especially revealed the hardships hidden inside medieval sleep. Families woke stiff from cold. Condensation gathered inside homes. Clothing worn during sleep often remained damp from previous days because drying fabric properly in winter required time, heat, and luck. People dressed quickly because warmth mattered. Then labor resumed almost immediately. Animals had to be fed before people sometimes. A cow waiting hungry in freezing weather represented lost milk, and therefore lost survival. Chickens needed care. Water sources could partially freeze during severe winters, forcing villagers to break ice before filling buckets. Nothing about daily existence was effortless. And perhaps that is why nighttime carried such psychological importance. It provided the only prolonged pause from labor most peasants ever experienced. Even if sleep itself remained imperfect, modern people often chase ideal sleep conditions. Silence, darkness, temperature control, soft mattresses, privacy. Medieval peasants possessed very few of these comforts consistently, yet they still rested. Human beings are remarkably adaptable creatures. A person raised around firelight, cold winters, crowded sleeping spaces, and segmented sleep learns to treat those conditions as normal rather than unbearable. In fact, the medieval relationship with sleep may have contained less frustration precisely because expectations were different. People did not demand perfect, uninterrupted unconsciousness. They expected the night to unfold in stages. One particularly revealing detail comes from later historical periods when artificial lighting became more widespread. References to first sleep gradually began disappearing from literature and everyday writing. This suggests the old pattern slowly faded as evenings became brighter and longer. People stayed awake later. Work schedules changed. Urban nightlife expanded. And eventually, the ancient rhythm medieval peasants once knew began slipping away. But during the Middle Ages, darkness still ruled. Imagine a January evening in a small village sometime around the 14th century. The sun disappears early behind gray clouds. Mud hardens beneath frost. Smoke rises from cottage roofs into freezing air. Families finish simple meals beside hearth fires. Children already grow sleepy because darkness has lasted for hours. Outside, the village quiets quickly. Doors close. Animals settle. And one by one, households drift into first sleep. Hours later, many wake naturally. The fire is lower now. The room colder. Silence deeper. This is the hour medieval writers sometimes described almost casually, as though everyone knew it well. The hour between sleeps. Some people remained in bed quietly thinking. Others prayed. Others tended fires or stepped outside briefly. And outside during these hours, the medieval world could feel hauntingly beautiful. No electric glow touched the horizon. No engines disturbed the fields. Moonlight silvered frozen roads and bare trees. Stars filled the sky with astonishing brightness. Even ordinary villagers probably experienced moments of wonder beneath such skies despite the hardships of their lives. The natural world remained visually powerful before industrialization transformed the night. But darkness also carried fear. Travelers dreaded becoming lost after sunset. Forests seemed dangerous even when no real threat existed nearby because visibility vanished so completely. Folklore filled those unseen spaces with spirits, witches, demons, wandering souls, and mysterious creatures. The medieval imagination did not sharply divide the supernatural from everyday existence. Miracles seemed possible. Curses seemed possible. Divine punishment seemed possible. And nighttime strengthened belief because darkness hides certainty. Even sleep itself could become frightening. Nightmares carried spiritual meaning for many people. Sleep paralysis, now medically understood, often felt terrifyingly supernatural. A person waking unable to move in darkness might genuinely believe an evil presence pressed upon their chest. Without scientific explanations, fear became deeply personal. Still, most nights remained ordinary rather than terrifying. That is important to remember. Medieval peasants did not live in constant horror. They lived in routine. Hard routine certainly, but familiar routine. They worried about crops, tools, children, weather, livestock, rent, axes. The practical concerns of survival usually outweighed dramatic fears. And within that practical world, segmented sleep simply fit naturally. The body rested deeply after exhausting labor, then woke briefly, then rested again. Some historians studying modern sleep experiments noticed participants living without artificial light often described the middle waking period as calm and meditative. They did not necessarily feel wide awake. Instead, they entered a relaxed state of quiet awareness. Perhaps medieval peasants experienced something similar, lying beneath rough blankets, listening to wind outside, remembering fragments of dreams while the fire glowed softly nearby. No urgency, no alarms, no bright light shocking the brain fully awake. Just darkness continuing around them while they waited gently for second sleep to return. And eventually it always did. The body softened once more. The village fell silent again. And somewhere beyond the frozen fields, dawn slowly prepared another day of labor beneath the cold medieval sky. Another day of labor meant another night of exhaustion waiting at the end of it. That cycle repeated with astonishing consistency throughout medieval peasant life. The seasons changed, children grew older, rulers rose and fell, but ordinary routines remained grounded in work, darkness and sleep. And sleep itself remained deeply connected to the natural world. Modern people often separate themselves from nature almost completely indoors. Medieval peasants could not. Their homes breathed with the weather outside. Cold entered through walls. Heat gathered heavily in summer. Rain sounded directly overhead. Wind shook shutters and thatch roofs through the night. The body never forgot the environment surrounding it. That closeness to nature shaped human rhythms powerfully. During autumn, evenings lengthened gradually as harvests ended and colder air arrived. Villages became quieter earlier after sunset because outdoor labor decreased and weather discouraged nighttime movement. People spent longer hours indoors repairing tools, mending clothing, preparing food stores, and conserving warmth. Then first sleep arrived early once again. The medieval relationship with darkness was practical before it became emotional. Without strong artificial lighting, darkness limited what humans could safely accomplish. Sewing beside weak firelight strained the eyes. Walking outdoors became dangerous. Productive labor slowed naturally after sunset, so human bodies adjusted. People slept more closely alongside the movements of the sun than modern societies generally allow. And because winter nights were long, the body often divided sleep naturally into separate phases. Historians later searching through letters, court testimonies, and literature kept encountering the same repeated language. First sleep, second sleep, the period between. The references appeared too often to ignore. One person mentioned hearing a suspicious noise after first sleep. Another described visiting neighbors during the interval between sleeps. Others referred casually to prayers, conversations, or dreams during those nighttime hours. The medieval world clearly understood sleep differently. Across France and much of Europe, the night itself carried structure and meaning beyond simple unconsciousness. And perhaps nowhere was this more visible than during winter storms. Imagine lying awake inside a small cottage while heavy wind drives rain against the walls outside. The fire burns weakly because wood must be conserved carefully. Smoke curls upward into darkness beneath the rafters. Children sleep close together nearby. Someone coughs. The storm continues for hours. In these moments, the waking interval between sleeps may have felt strangely intimate. Families existed together inside a tiny circle of warmth surrounded by cold darkness stretching endlessly beyond the walls. The medieval home became a shelter not only from weather, but from the uncertainty of the outside world itself. And that uncertainty was real. Roads became impassable during severe weather. Floods destroyed crops and bridges. Harsh winters caused hunger. Famine remained a constant threat whenever harvests failed repeatedly. Medieval peasants understood dependence on nature intimately because survival depended on successful seasons. A modern grocery store separated from weather by supply chains did not exist. If crops failed, villages suffered directly. This vulnerability affected sleep emotionally. A farmer waking after first sleep during heavy rain might worry about flooding fields. A long winter freeze could inspire fear about food supplies lasting until spring. Night gave people time to think about dangers daylight work temporarily distracted them from. And still there was comfort too. The familiar sounds of family breathing nearby. The glow of embers. The smell of wool blankets and wood smoke. Human beings create emotional attachment even inside difficult environments. That attachment likely made the medieval waking interval feel less lonely than modern insomnia often feels today. Most peasants were rarely alone. Even while awake at midnight, they remained surrounded by family members sharing the same space, the same hardships, the same rhythms of life. One especially fascinating aspect of pre-industrial sleep is how darkness itself shaped hormones and mood. Modern electric lighting suppresses natural melatonin production strongly, keeping people alert late into the evening. Medieval firelight was much weaker and warmer in color, so the body prepared for sleep earlier and more gradually. When people woke between sleeps, they often remained in a calm low-light state rather than becoming fully stimulated awake. Modern sleep researchers recreating these conditions observed participants entering reflective, almost meditative states during nighttime waking periods. The medieval night may therefore have encouraged forms of thought modern life rarely creates. Flow thought, undistracted thought. Thought shaped by silence and darkness rather than endless information. A peasant lying awake after first sleep might remember childhood stories, consider the coming season, pray quietly, or simply listen to weather outside. Time moved differently in darkness. Without clocks demanding attention every few minutes, the night unfolded more organically. A person did not necessarily know whether 30 minutes or an hour had passed during the waking interval. They simply waited until sleep returned naturally. And eventually second sleep always arrived. The body drifted downward again. Dreams resumed. Then dawn slowly approached. One remarkable thing about medieval sleep is how ordinary it remained despite all the hardships surrounding it. Historical sources rarely describe segmented sleep as strange or unhealthy. Simply formed part of daily existence. This suggests medieval people were not constantly troubled by their nighttime waking. They accepted it. That acceptance may have reduced suffering significantly. Modern people often experience additional stress because they fight wakefulness itself. Medieval peasants instead moved within the rhythm naturally. The night had chapters: first sleep, waking, second sleep, morning. And around these chapters, entire generations organized emotional and physical life. Children fell asleep listening to stories beside fires. Adults woke briefly to pray or talk softly. Old people lay awake longer as age lightened their sleep. The same darkness held all of them together beneath roofs of wood and thatch while wind crossed empty fields outside. Then eventually morning bells rang again somewhere in the distance. The fire was rebuilt. The door opened to cold air. And another medieval day began beneath a sky slowly brightening over Europe once more. As the centuries passed, medieval people continued living inside these rhythms so consistently that they rarely stopped to explain them. Why would they? No one explains breathing. No one explains sunrise. And for much of pre-industrial Europe, divided sleep belonged to life just as naturally as winter cold or harvest labor. A peasant in rural England likely never questioned why they woke after first sleep. Their parents had done the same. Their neighbors did the same. Stories, prayers, conversations, and routines quietly fit themselves around those nighttime hours generation after generation. The night itself had structure, and medieval people trusted that structure. Perhaps this trust explains why historical references to nighttime waking sound so calm. Writers did not describe panic or frustration. Instead, they mentioned ordinary activities occurring between sleeps almost casually. Someone heard footsteps outside after first sleep. Someone visited a sick neighbor. Someone prayed. Someone remembered a troubling dream. The wording feels familiar and unremarkable because it was. And dreams remained deeply important throughout medieval society. A dream was not always dismissed as meaningless imagination. Depending on the dream, people might interpret it as spiritual warning, divine message, temptation, illness, or emotional sign. Clergy debated dreams seriously. Ordinary villagers shared interpretations through local traditions and superstition. Certain dreams frightened people intensely. Dreams involving storms, blood, dead relatives, or collapsing buildings could feel ominous in a world already vulnerable to disaster. A failed harvest or sudden illness needed no supernatural explanation, but humans naturally search for patterns during uncertain times. And nighttime waking allowed those dreams to linger. Modern people often lose dreams immediately beneath alarms, bright lights, and rushing schedules. Medieval peasants woke into darkness instead. The dream remained close beside waking consciousness for a while. A person might lie silently remembering every detail. The shape of a face, strange voice, flooded field, a burning church tower. Then perhaps whisper the dream aloud to someone nearby before second sleep returned. This closeness between dreaming and waking may have influenced medieval storytelling deeply. Folk tales, visions, miracle stories, and supernatural legends all flourished within societies where nighttime imagination carried enormous emotional weight. And darkness itself encouraged imagination constantly. Without electric light, the edges of the world became uncertain every evening. Forests turned black, roads disappeared, fog swallowed familiar landmarks. Even ordinary objects inside cottages transformed beneath candlelight shadows. The medieval night therefore carried psychological power modern urban life rarely allows anymore. Today, darkness is often temporary and controlled. For medieval peasants, darkness felt larger than humanity itself. And perhaps because of that, nighttime invited humility. Human beings became small beneath vast skies and endless silence. Imagine stepping outside a cottage after first sleep sometime during late autumn. The air is cold enough to sting your lungs slightly. Mist hangs low over nearby fields. The village behind you sleeps almost completely. Above, the stars appear in impossible numbers. No engines, no glowing billboards, no distant aircraft. Only darkness stretching across the land while faint moonlight touches wet grass and bare trees. A medieval peasant standing there would likely hear sounds modern people almost never notice anymore. Water moving in a distant stream, wind through branches, an owl somewhere beyond the fields. Perhaps another person coughing faintly from a neighboring cottage. Sound traveled differently in such silence. And silence changes thought itself. Modern minds live under constant stimulation. Medieval minds experienced long periods with almost no external input except nature and human voices. During the waking interval between sleeps, people sometimes sat quietly simply because there was little else to do. That stillness may have shaped emotional life profoundly. Reflection became unavoidable. Memory became vivid. Grief surfaced more easily. Prayer came naturally. And perhaps dreams felt more meaningful because the mind had space to hold them. Of course, not all nighttime waking felt peaceful. Fear remained real. A strange noise outside at midnight could genuinely signal danger. Livestock theft threatened survival for poor families. Fires destroyed homes rapidly. Illness worsened suddenly during the night. Storms damaged crops before dawn. The medieval world gave people many practical reasons to remain alert even while resting. This may partly explain why sleep itself often stayed lighter and more flexible than modern expectations allow. People rested deeply, but not completely disconnected from their surroundings. A mother listening for a sick child. A farmer listening for distressed animals during storms. An innkeeper listening for late travelers. Night required awareness, and segmented sleep fit naturally inside that awareness. One especially interesting change occurred slowly in later centuries as cities expanded and artificial lighting improved. Wealthier households began staying awake later into the evening. Social gatherings extended deeper into the night. Coffee houses, theaters, and urban commerce gradually reshaped human schedules. The old rhythm weakened slowly. But during the medieval period itself, the divided night remained astonishingly durable. Even medical advice from later centuries still reflected remnants of older sleep habits. Some physicians recommended activities specifically for the period after first sleep because the pattern remained familiar enough to discuss openly. This tells us the transition toward modern continuous sleep happened gradually rather than suddenly. For a long time, both systems likely coexisted depending on region, class, occupation, and access to artificial lighting. Yet among peasants especially, darkness still ruled daily life more completely. And where darkness rules, human rhythms often follow older paths. So night after night, across villages scattered through Europe, families settled beneath blankets after exhausting days of labor. The fire dimmed. The world vanished into blackness. First sleep came, then waking, then second sleep. And somewhere within those quiet middle hours, ordinary people experienced a form of nighttime consciousness now mostly forgotten by the modern world. By the later Middle Ages, the rhythm of first sleep and second sleep was so embedded in everyday life that it rarely needed naming anymore. People didn't describe it as a theory or a practice. It was simply how nights unfolded. Only when you compare it to modern expectations does it start to look unusual. But inside medieval experience, it was ordinary continuity. A peasant finishing work at sunset did not think in terms of sleep schedule optimization or sleep quality metrics. The body was tired. Darkness arrived. The fire was tended. Food was eaten. And sleep followed as naturally as breathing. Across rural France and surrounding regions, this rhythm blended with agricultural cycles in a way that made it almost invisible. Harvest seasons exhausted entire communities. Spring brought renewed labor. Summer stretched workdays longer. Winter shortened outdoor activity but extended nights. So sleep adjusted constantly. The night was not a fixed block of rest. It was a flexible landscape. In many households, the transition into first sleep was so gradual that it hardly felt like a distinct event. People might sit quietly by the fire, heads nodding forward, conversations fading naturally into silence. One by one, bodies leaned into rest. The room darkened. The fire settled. And the first sleep began without ceremony. Then hours later, the medieval night shifted again. Not abruptly, not dramatically, but like a tide turning in slow motion. Someone stirred. Dog moved. Baby cried softly. A gust of wind pressed against the walls. And consciousness returned. This waking was not treated as failure or disruption. It was part of the expected cycle of the night. People did not reach for clocks. There were none beside the bed. Instead, they relied on sensation. Cold air, fading heat from the fire, the position of the stars glimpsed through cracks or small windows. Time was felt, not measured. In that stillness between sleeps, medieval homes often became deeply reflective spaces. The fire might be reduced to embers, casting a dim red glow that barely illuminated faces or hands. Shadow and light shifted slowly. A person could lie awake listening to the subtle sounds of the household: breathing, shifting straw, distant rain, the occasional creak of timber as the house cooled. It was a different kind of awareness than daytime labor. Less urgent, more internal. In cities like London, the same nighttime structure existed but under different pressures. Urban life never fully quieted. Even after midnight, there were footsteps on stone, distant calls from watchmen, and the occasional movement of carts or travelers. Still, even cities eventually surrendered to darkness because artificial lighting was too limited to keep them fully active. So the segmented night persisted across social boundaries. Peasant, artisan, traveler, and even cleric all experienced variations of the same biological rhythm. And yet the emotional texture of that waking interval likely differed between individuals. For some, it may have been a time of anxiety, worry about harvests, debts, illness, or weather. For others, it may have been a rare moment of stillness in a life otherwise defined by constant labor. For parents, it may have been a quiet check on sleeping children. For older people, it may have been longer and more frequent as sleep naturally became lighter with age. But across all these differences, one shared element remained. Darkness shaped thought. Without bright light, the mind did not fully shift into daytime alertness. It lingered in a softer state of consciousness. Modern sleep research under natural lighting conditions has observed similar effects. People waking during long dark nights often remain calm, reflective, and less time-focused than those exposed to artificial lighting and digital devices. The medieval world likely reinforced this state constantly, because there was no strong artificial interruption, no glowing screens, no mechanical alarms, no expectation that sleep must be continuous to be valid. Instead, sleep was understood as something that could naturally come in phases, and that understanding reduced friction between body and expectation. Even dreams fit into this structure more fluidly. A dream experienced during first sleep might still feel present during waking. A person could sit quietly remembering it in detail. Some dreams were shared softly with others in the household before returning to bed. Dreams were not always private internal fragments. In many cases, they were social material, discussed, interpreted, and remembered collectively. This gave the nighttime waking period a strange dual character: part rest, part reflection, part storytelling, part silence. Outside the home, the medieval landscape remained almost completely dark. Fields disappeared into blackness. Roads became uncertain paths. Forests turned into invisible boundaries filled with imagined and real dangers. Travel during these hours was rare unless absolutely necessary, so most human life paused. And in that pause, segmented sleep thrived. Not as a theory, not as a rule, but as lived experience shaped by environment. The final hours before dawn often carried the lightest sleep. Embers weakened, cold increased. The body gradually prepared to wake again even before external light returned. This is why medieval mornings often began early, sometimes before sunrise fully broke the horizon. People were already awake, already stirring, already preparing for work. The transition from second sleep into morning was not abrupt either. It blended slowly into awareness as the sky lightened. And so the cycle continued. Labor, exhaustion, first sleep, waking, second sleep, dawn, labor again. A rhythm built not by design, but by necessity. And in that rhythm, medieval peasants lived entire lifetimes. Quietly, repeatedly, beneath a world that was always dark enough at night to divide sleep naturally into two distinct halves. As medieval life continued its slow rhythm across generations, Sleep itself remained one of the few truly private experiences people had, even in crowded homes. Privacy in the modern sense barely existed. Homes were shared spaces. Work was communal. Villages were tightly connected. Even grief and illness unfolded in front of others. But sleep, even when shared, still created a kind of inward isolation, especially during the second sleep. That final stretch of night often felt deeper, colder, and quieter than the first. The fire had weakened. The air inside cottages cooled noticeably. The world outside had reached its most silent point, just before dawn. Across rural England, this moment of the night held a distinct character. It was not full darkness in the emotional sense. It was a settled darkness, one that had been present for hours and was now familiar rather than threatening. People who woke during this phase often experienced a particular stillness of mind, less alert than daytime waking, less emotionally charged than evening reflection, a kind of suspended awareness between sleep and thought. Modern sleep studies in natural light conditions suggest that when human beings are not exposed to artificial brightness or time pressure, nighttime waking often produces calm cognitive states rather than anxiety. Thoughts drift slowly. Attention is soft. Time awareness weakens. In medieval conditions, this state likely occurred frequently, because nothing in the environment demanded urgency. No clocks forced evaluation. No screens demanded attention. No schedules required immediate action. Only darkness existed, stretching evenly in every direction beyond the cottage walls. Inside that darkness, medieval people often experienced the world as layered rather than linear. First sleep belonged to exhaustion. Waking belonged to awareness. Second sleep belonged to restoration. Morning belonged to action. But between those states, there was no sharp boundary. Everything blended gently. This fluidity may help explain why medieval literature rarely treats nighttime waking as unusual. It appears in passing references rather than dramatic descriptions because it was woven into ordinary life. In urban centers like Paris, this rhythm existed alongside greater noise and activity. But even there, the night eventually thinned into silence. Watchmen moved through streets calling out the hours. Lanterns flickered weakly at corners. Occasional travelers passed through gates late at night. Yet despite urban complexity, darkness still governed human behavior more than light did. And darkness changes perception. Shapes become uncertain. Distance becomes ambiguous. Familiar places become slightly unfamiliar. For medieval people, this meant that even inside their own homes, night carried a subtle sense of altered reality. The same room looked different at midnight than it did at noon. Furniture became shadowed forms. Walls softened into darkness. Firelight turned ordinary objects into shifting silhouettes. This environment influenced thought deeply during the waking interval between sleeps. A peasant lying awake might notice small details that daytime activity would never allow time for. The sound of wood settling in the house. The rhythm of a sleeping child's breathing. The faint scent of smoke clinging to blankets. The slow cooling of the room as embers faded. These sensory impressions formed the texture of medieval nighttime consciousness. Not intense, not overwhelming, but steady and immersive. There is also evidence from historical accounts that nighttime waking sometimes served practical household functions. Someone might check animals, adjust bedding, or ensure the fire remained safe. Fire was both essential and dangerous. Too low meant cold. Too high meant risk. So even in rest, awareness remained necessary. This balance between rest and vigilance shaped medieval psychology in subtle ways. Sleep was never completely detached from responsibility. Even unconsciousness existed inside a world that required constant attention for survival. Yet this did not necessarily create tension. Instead, it created adaptation. People learned to move fluidly between states of rest and awareness. The boundary between sleeping and waking was not rigid. It was permeable. And that permeability is exactly what allowed segmented sleep to function so naturally. In some households, nighttime waking may also have included brief conversation, quiet exchange between spouses, a soft reassurance to a child, a whispered comment about weather, illness, or work. But these were not structured interactions. They were brief, minimal, and functional. The dominant quality of the night remained silence. Outside, the world was still. Fields lay empty. Forests dark and unmoving. Rivers continued their slow flow beneath a sky that no longer showed the sun but instead revealed distant stars. Without artificial light, those stars carried unusual presence. They were not background decoration. They were visible, constant, and emotionally significant. Many peasants likely knew seasonal star positions well enough to orient time of year, even without formal education. The night sky was both calendar and mystery. And during the waking hours between sleeps, that sky may have felt especially close to human life, even if only briefly glimpsed through cracks in walls or small windows. Eventually, as second sleep deepened again, consciousness would sink back into rest. The body completed its second cycle. Breathing slowed, thought dissolved, and the night moved quietly toward its final stage. The return of light did not break the rhythm. It completed it. Another day of labor would follow, and another night of divided sleep would eventually return. This cycle, repeated across centuries, formed the quiet backbone of medieval peasant existence. A life shaped not by clocks or schedules, but by darkness, exhaustion, and the natural unfolding of human sleep itself. As dawn approached more consistently across the medieval landscape, the boundary between night and day became less about exact timing and more about gradual change. Light did not switch on. It accumulated. First, a faint grayness touched the horizon beyond fields and rooftops. Then shapes that had been swallowed by darkness slowly returned. Trees, fences, pathways, the outlines of neighboring cottages. Inside homes, this slow shift influenced waking just as much as any sound or disturbance. People often stirred before full sunrise. Not because they had to, but because their bodies had already moved through 2 full sleep phases and naturally drifted toward wakefulness. In many regions of England, mornings began in a state that was neither fully night nor fully day. The fire might still glow weakly, but smoke and warmth were already being rebuilt. Doors opened cautiously to cold air. Animals reacted first, sensing movement outside before humans fully engaged with the day. The second sleep did not always end abruptly. Instead, it dissolved. A person might drift out of dreams slowly, lying still for a while, aware of the room without fully engaging with it. Then movement returned. Small adjustments, stretching limbs stiff from cold, pulling blankets away. Only after this gradual return did full activity begin. This slow transition is important. Modern life often forces sudden waking through alarms, schedules, or artificial interruptions. Medieval waking was typically physiological rather than mechanical. The body itself signaled completion of rest. No external system dictated the exact moment. That difference shaped emotional tone significantly. There was less shock, less urgency, more continuity. Even in urban environments like London, where noise and activity were higher, the same biological rhythm still appeared beneath the surface of daily life. Watchmen might mark hours during the night, but ordinary citizens still experienced sleep in phases shaped more by darkness than by formal timekeeping. And once morning arrived fully, life immediately shifted into productivity. There was little delay between waking and labor. Breakfasts were simple or sometimes absent depending on household resources. Work often began early because daylight was valuable and limited, especially in winter months. Fields needed tending, animals needed care, tools needed repair, water needed collecting. The medieval morning was not leisurely. It was efficient by necessity. Yet even this efficiency did not erase the effects of segmented sleep. People who had woken between sleeps had already experienced a quiet internal pause during the night. Their minds had already passed through reflection, dreaming, and stillness before morning labor began. That internal structure may have influenced mood and cognition throughout the day. Some historians suggest that segmented sleep could have contributed to a sense of psychological balance, as the night provided two separate restorative phases rather than one continuous block. Whether or not this is fully accurate in scientific terms, it aligns with how naturally the pattern appears in historical descriptions. It was stable, widespread, unquestioned, and deeply integrated into daily survival. Even weather influenced the final stage of sleep. Cold mornings during winter made the transition from second sleep more difficult physically. People often remained near embers longer, delaying full wakefulness while warmth returned to the room. In contrast, summer mornings arrived more gently. Light came earlier, temperatures rose gradually, and second sleep may have ended with less physical discomfort. Across seasons, sleep continuously adapted. That adaptability is central to understanding medieval life. Nothing about human routine was fixed in the modern sense. Everything responded to environment, light, temperature, labor demands, food availability, and social obligations. Sleep was part of that flexible system, not separate from life, but embedded within it. And this embedded nature meant that even unconsciousness was shaped by community conditions. If a household was large and active, nighttime sounds increased. If illness was present, sleep became lighter. If winter storms raged, waking periods may have lengthened. Each night was slightly different, yet the structure remained recognizable. First sleep, waking, second sleep. Across centuries, this pattern created a shared human rhythm that linked countless anonymous lives together without them ever needing to describe it explicitly. Only much later, as industrialization and artificial lighting expanded across Europe, did that rhythm begin to weaken. People stayed awake longer in the evenings. Night became more continuous. Sleep slowly consolidated into a single block. And the language of first sleep and second sleep gradually disappeared from everyday speech. But during the medieval period itself, none of this future change existed yet. Only darkness, only firelight, only the quiet certainty that the night would always come in two parts. And that dawn, as always, would eventually return to complete the cycle once again. As the medieval day progressed after dawn, the memory of night often faded quickly into labor. Once work began, there was little space left for reflection on sleep itself. Fields demanded attention, animals demanded care, tools demanded maintenance, weather demanded constant awareness. The body moved forward because it had to, yet the effects of the night remained embedded inside it. A person who had passed through first sleep, waking, and second sleep did not simply feel rested in the modern abstract sense. Rest was not measured as a score or tracked as data. It was experienced physically, through reduced exhaustion, steadier movement, and the ability to continue working under demanding conditions. Across rural France and neighboring regions, this relationship between sleep and labor defined survival more than almost anything else. Agricultural life did not allow softness. Plowing fields required strength. Harvesting demanded endurance. Carrying loads tested the limits of the body. Even domestic work inside cottages required constant physical effort. Water had weight. Wood had weight. Food preparation required time and stamina. So sleep functioned as recovery in the most direct biological sense. And segmented sleep may have provided recovery in stages rather than all at once. The first sleep often carried deep physical restoration. Muscles relaxed. Breathing slowed significantly. The body entered heavy rest after exhaustion. Then waking created a pause, not necessarily full alertness, but a gentle transition state. And second sleep completed the cycle, allowing additional recovery before morning labor resumed. This structure, repeated nightly, may have matched medieval physical demands quite closely. But beyond biology, there was also emotional continuity. Medieval life was filled with uncertainty. Weather could change harvest outcomes. Illness could spread without warning. Local conflicts could disrupt safety. Taxes and obligations could strain households. In such a world, the night was not only rest, it was emotional processing time. During the waking interval between sleeps, people had space to think about the day that had passed and the one ahead. A farmer might consider soil conditions. Parent might worry about a sick child. A laborer might reflect on disputes or obligations. A household might quietly discuss plans for the coming week. These thoughts did not occur under artificial stimulation. They occurred in silence, beside embers, within darkness that reduced distraction to almost nothing. That absence of distraction is crucial. Modern environments constantly interrupt thought. Medieval environments often prolonged it. And this prolonged reflection may explain why nighttime was so deeply connected to memory and storytelling. Across villages, oral tradition preserved knowledge not through writing but through repetition. Stories about past winters, famines, wars, local legends, saints, and warnings circulated repeatedly. Nighttime gatherings, whether brief or extended, helped maintain that shared memory. Even small comments spoken between sleeps could reinforce community understanding. A reminder about weather patterns. A warning about livestock illness. A recollection of a neighbor's experience. A prayer repeated quietly in darkness. In cities like Paris, this same structure existed but in denser and noisier environments. Urban life compressed space and intensified sound, but it did not eliminate darkness or sleep phases. People still woke during the night, still returned to sleep, still experienced the slow rhythm of medieval night consciousness. What differs most between medieval and modern sleep is not simply timing, but expectation. Modern people expect continuous rest. Medieval people expected layered rest. That expectation shaped emotional response. A medieval peasant waking after first sleep would not necessarily interpret it as disruption. There was no internal rule being broken. Instead, it was simply the continuation of night. This absence of conflict between expectation and experience likely reduced stress significantly. Even when discomfort existed, cold, insects, illness, noise, it was contextualized within a familiar structure. The night had stages. The body moved through them. Nothing about that required correction. One of the most consistent environmental factors shaping sleep across medieval Europe was fire management. Fire was essential for warmth, cooking, and safety, but also dangerous if uncontrolled. Before first sleep, households typically ensured the hearth was safe, embers contained, flames reduced, surroundings cleared. Yet fire also needed to remain alive enough to be rekindled easily in the morning. This delicate balance required attention even during nighttime waking. Someone might stir embers slightly during the interval between sleeps. Add a small piece of wood. Adjust airflow. Ensure warmth without risk. This practical interaction with fire may have anchored waking moments in routine activity rather than pure inactivity. Even in darkness there was small purpose. And purpose stabilizes consciousness. Then, as second sleep deepened again, activity faded. The house returned to stillness. Outside, night reached its deepest point. Fields lay frozen or damp depending on season. Animals settled. Wind softened. And time itself felt suspended. Eventually, without any clear boundary, dawn began its slow return once more. Another cycle completed. Another day of labor waiting beyond the threshold of light. And another medieval night already preparing itself quietly at the edge of the coming evening. As the final stretch of medieval night approached, the world often felt like it had entered its most complete silence. Not the silence of absence, but the silence of everything resting at once. Human activity paused. Animal movement slowed. Even wind sometimes seemed reduced to a distant presence rather than an active force. This was the deep second sleep period in its fullest form. Across rural England, this stage of the night often coincided with the coldest hours, especially during winter. Heat from hearths had weakened long ago. The body had already passed through the deeper restoration of first sleep. Now, rest became lighter, more delicate, and more easily disturbed. And yet, it was still rest. The medieval body did not demand perfect conditions to recover. It adapted to whatever environment existed: cold, noise, shared space, or irregular interruptions. Sleep remained resilient because survival required resilience. Inside cottages, the fire was usually reduced to embers by this point. A faint red glow might still exist, but illumination was minimal. Most of the room existed in near total darkness, where shapes were only suggested rather than clearly seen. In that environment, perception changed. Sounds became more noticeable. Breathing became more noticeable. Small movements carried meaning. Turning child. A shifting blanket. A faint crack in wooden beams as the house cooled through the night. These micro-events formed the sensory world of medieval nighttime awareness. People waking during this phase often remained still for a long time before moving. The transition between sleep and wakefulness was not immediate. It unfolded gradually, like fog lifting slowly from the mind. Thoughts were not sharp. They were soft, drifting, half-formed. Dream fragments sometimes lingered strongly, blending with real perception. A person might not immediately distinguish between memory and imagination. This blending of states is important to understanding medieval night experience. Without artificial light or urgent timekeeping, the boundary between dreaming and waking was less rigid. Consciousness moved in gradients, not switches. During this time, emotional tone often remained calm. There was no pressure to become fully alert. No expectation to perform tasks. No immediate need to evaluate time remaining before obligations. The world outside remained unreachable until dawn, so the mind rested inside itself. In urban centers like London or Paris, the deep night carried slightly different textures. Occasional watchmen still moved through streets, calling out time or warning of fire and theft. Faint lantern light appeared at intersections. Travelers sometimes passed through gates in late hours. But even in cities, darkness dominated perception. Most structures disappeared into shadow. Most movement stopped entirely. And most people slept through the same layered rhythm of first sleep, waking, and second sleep regardless of setting. One important aspect of this final night phase is temperature. Body heat naturally decreases during deep sleep cycles. By the early morning hours, medieval homes often felt at their coldest point. Without modern insulation, heat loss was constant. Stone, wood, and thatch all gradually released warmth into the night air. This cooling environment may have influenced the final transition toward waking. People often stirred as cold increased slightly, or as fire heat diminished further, or as the body completed its final cycle of rest. The return to consciousness was again gradual, not abrupt, not forced, a slow rising from darkness into awareness. And then, eventually, second sleep ended completely. The house shifted from stillness into early morning movement. Outside, the sky began its slow transformation, black fading into deep blue, then gray, then pale light spreading across fields and rooftops. Roosters called out. Doors opened. Smoke rose again from hearths being rekindled. And medieval life resumed its daily cycle of labor. But the memory of night still lingered faintly in the body. Because the night had not been a single continuous block of rest. It had been two journeys inward. First sleep, then waking, then second sleep. Each shaping the human experience of darkness in its own way. And together, They formed a pattern that defined how countless medieval peasants across Europe rested for centuries without ever needing to name it as anything unusual. It was simply the night. And the night, for them, always came in parts. By the time the last traces of medieval darkness began to dissolve into morning light, there was often a strange sense of continuity rather than an ending. The night did not feel like something completed and discarded. Felt like something passed through. Like a slow landscape the body had traveled across in stages. First sleep, waking, second sleep, and now dawn returning again as it always had. Across rural England, mornings arrived with the same quiet repetition. Smoke rising from small chimneys. Cold air pressing lightly against skin. Fields waiting beyond the edges of villages. Animals already stirring before humans fully awakened. Life resumed because it had to resume. There was no pause button. No extended recovery period. No separation between rest and responsibility. Sleep existed only to make work possible again. Yet within that simplicity, something deeply human persisted. The night had given people space. Not structured productivity. Not entertainment. But space. Space to lie in darkness. Space to drift between awareness and dreaming. Space to wake without urgency. Space to return again to rest. Even in hardship, that space mattered. And perhaps that is why segmented sleep feels so fascinating when studied today. It reveals a version of human rest that is not optimized, not compressed, not controlled by clocks, but shaped by environment, necessity, and natural rhythm. A rhythm built from darkness itself. As medieval mornings unfolded, that rhythm faded quietly into the background of daily labor. People did not analyze it. They did not record it as a problem to be solved. Simply became part of how life functioned. But every evening it returned. Because the conditions that created it returned. The sun set. Firelight replaced daylight. Work slowed. Bodies grew tired. And once again, first sleep began. Then waking. Then second sleep. Over and over across generations. Inside homes across Europe. From small cottages to crowded urban dwellings in places like London and Paris, this rhythm repeated without instruction or explanation. It was not written as a rule. It was not enforced. It was simply lived. And in that lived experience, medieval peasants shared a common nighttime structure that modern life has largely forgotten. Not because it was lost suddenly, but because the world that produced it slowly changed. Brighter nights replaced darker ones. Later evenings replaced earlier sleep. Continuous schedules replaced seasonal flexibility. And eventually, the language of first sleep and second sleep faded from common speech. But the human body remained the same. Still capable of segmented rest. Still shaped by light and darkness. Still responding to long nights when given the chance. So when imagining medieval peasants sleeping through those divided nights, what emerges is not a strange or alien pattern, but a reminder that sleep is not only a habit of culture or time. It is also a negotiation between human biology and the world it lives in. And in the medieval world, that negotiation was guided by darkness. Long, quiet, unbroken darkness that always arrived in two parts and always ended with the return of morning light.